stuff set. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was having some technical difficulties, if you can imagine, behind all this, but yeah. Zoom has not been my friend this week.
I just want to let everybody know we are live. We are live on YouTube right now. I'm going to go over and get some of the planning commission members moved over.
Thanks, Janet. I was just double checking that. We are live. Looks like we're good to go. So I will bid you guys adieu and have a good evening.
All right. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome. Bye, guys. Good night.
Janet, can you hear me?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. I'm doing
You're good.
a lot of things at the same time.
Head nod works.
Director Hand, can you hear me? Might have to wait. I'm going to need to find out who's in the commission chamber. Hi, Brandy.
Hi.
Commissioner Muller's having trouble also, Janet. Brandy, welcome back. We missed you last month.
Thanks. It's been a crazy couple months.
I hear you. There's DJ Joseph.
What's happening? You didn't miss me last month, I guess. You know, I'm not as pretty. Oh, I forgot we're streaming on YouTube. But yeah, you didn't miss me as much.
That's okay.
I do want to remind everyone that we are streaming live on YouTube right now.
Yes, Commissioner Strauss just reminded us all of that. And once Gunner shuts his door, we won't have that echo, right? You all have an echo?
Do you guys have an echo when I talk?
Not now.
Okay. I'm going to go shut Gunner's door because he's downstairs.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
would it be inappropriate to take just a couple of seconds at the beginning of the meeting to have a moment of silence for Brenda Miller?
That'd be perfectly fine. Would you like to say something, or do you want me just to do that?
No, I'd just like you to do that. Thank you, sir.
All right, you bet. And I appreciate you bringing it up because I was thinking the same thing. Janet, do we know who is present in the lobby?
I do not know yet because I cannot get a hold of Director Hand yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I also would like to ask the Planning Commission to start logging on about 5:40 for our meeting so that we're ready to go. I still got 2 people that I'm trying to get onto the meeting.
Okay. Karen is having trouble getting as well.
I will say that the updated link shoots you back to like a meeting that starts in July 11th. So I had to go find the old link today. FYI.
We're having I mean, I can hear you, Commissioner Strauss, but you're not like super loud. So I don't know if it's your microphone or maybe you're not close enough to it. But
Is that better?
not really.
Not really.
And every time I talk when you're unmuted, I get an echo. But when you're on mute, I'm fine. And there's Commissioner Pauly.
I sent Mr. Connolly the link,
Okay.
but I don't know if he is over here on the attendees or not.
I am not seeing him. Gunner? Gunner, can you hear us? Janet, I've moved him over to a panelist, but I've asked him to unmute, but I can't hear him.
Okay, I'm gonna call him on the cell phone then. Director Hand, can you hear me? Director Hand, can you hear me? Reminds me of a phone commercial. Can you hear me now?
I know.
We have a quorum of the commission. I don't know if Mr. Connolly,
He's
Is
having
on.
trouble getting in. He's texting me now.
I sent, he's got the same link that everybody else has. I don't
Well, it's
know.
asking for email address and name, which all of ours did. And then I think you have to promote him over. So he's trying.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, I'm on the clerk's chair. I'm going to move to the other chair where I'm presenting. Hold on one second.
Okay, and I just found Mr. Connolly. Did you move him, Jeff? I was getting ready to move him and then he disappeared.
Let me see if I can find him again.
Can you guys
I don't see him.
testing? Can you guys hear me again?
Yes.
Yes.
Eureka.
We need to know which commission members are in the chamber, please.
Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Beth are in the chamber.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. And I do not see Commissioner Connolly.
He was there. If you want to go ahead and get started, I will watch for him.
All right,
And
thank
then
you.
I will get him moved over.
Gunnar, are you ready?
Ready to go?
All right, great, thank you. I want to welcome you all that are present tonight, either via Zoom or in the live audience at the UG headquarters. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm the chairman of tonight's meeting, but I want to welcome you to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Tonight, make a couple of introductions before we start. We do have Commissioner Karen Jones, who's serving as vice chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals. On her hand, the Director of Land Use and Urban Planning is with us tonight, along with Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning, along with Byron Toy with Unified Government Planning staff. There's Commissioner Connolly, Janet. Also, we have the following people, we have Patrick Waters, our Unified Government Legal Counsel with us tonight, along with the following commissioners present: Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Dwayne Beth, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Karen Jones, Commissioner Mark Muller, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Joseph Strauss, and Commissioner Aaron Ward. Both Commissioners Dwayne Beth and Commissioner Aaron Ward are present in the at the UG offices in the commission chambers. Before we start off with tonight's meeting, I would just like to take a quick moment of silence to honor Brenda Miller, who is the mother of Commissioner Jake Miller, who could not be with us tonight. Her funeral was held today, so if you would just please honor her and honor Commissioner Miller with just a moment of silence, please. Thank you all. I'd like to now turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement and explain to everyone how we will run the meeting this evening. Thank you.
Chairman, before I read the opening statement, we've had two changes to the agenda. BOZA 2021-041, Dana Blay for property of 146 South 18th Street. The staff report did not include all of the variances required for this application, and the report will be revised and updated for the July 11th, 2022 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. So that item has been removed from the agenda by staff.
Thank you.
The other item is BOZA 2022-021, John Emanuel's for property at 4411 North 67th Street. The publication in the newspaper for the requested variance was incorrect, and a new publication will be sent to the newspaper. Due to the deadline for publication, this appeal cannot be heard until the August 8, 2022 Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. Mr. Chairman, that will also apply. These two applications have corresponding applications on the City Planning Commission agenda, and they also will not be heard tonight. But I'll make that announcement again at the Planning Commission meeting.
All right, thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the Commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating either remotely or in person. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Board members, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a break, use the raise your hand feature. For those attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are attending in person in the Commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when I call the application, and staff will inform Commissioner Carson that you want to speak. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you're having issues getting in the Zoom meeting, please email planninginfo@wicokck.org. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation, and then the board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion. Our first application is appeal number BOZA 2021-027, Dana Blay with DBL Architecture Incorporated for property at 4720 State Avenue. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got you queued up to speak, Mr. Blay. If you please go ahead and give us your name and address, please tell us about this project.
Yes, this is Dana Blay from DBL Architecture. And are you there?
Yes, go right
You hear
ahead.
me? Okay,
Yes,
I
we
had
can.
some trouble getting on. So this was a project that we brought to the board previously, and the planning department wanted us to look at possible options of different ways to design for the property to have the building in the front and parking in the rear. And that's something that I understand is what is part of the guidelines for the planning guidelines currently. And one of the things that creates is it creates a very awkward way of getting to the front doors of the buildings and parking in front of the buildings. So you'd have to drive through the current gas station to get to the rear and then park and then walk into the building. And I apologize, that says that there's a new curb cut there, but that's not real. Okay. That wouldn't be there. So our objection to that is that it would not create business. I mean, somebody's driving by, they're not even going to see to go there. They would have to drive into a crowded gas station flow and then go around and park in the rear. I've had the opportunity to see some other projects that are on State Avenue that have been approved in either this year or last year that actually allowed parking in the front, and it required screening of landscaping, screening of the parking area with landscaping and berms and such. And so we really would prefer to have the traditional parking in front of the building. This is a small site. It's very, very hard to comply with the requirements of the architectural review guidelines overlay district. And so that was where we tried to explore a building that ran north-south with the entrance on the east side and parking on the east side. And the issue with that was we could only get enough parking for four cars. And then you would have to, you wouldn't be able to go through the site and be able to bring in a truck for deliveries or a fire truck. So both this solution and the turning of the building to on the west side of the property line, which is what was the planner's idea, are both really not something that makes a lot of sense from a circulation standpoint and from a sales and financial standpoint. So we really wanted to go back to our original design that so that it fronts towards the street and goes with access from the new drive. And I think that's still in the packet somewhere somewhere in there. Sorry. So that's where we're at with this project. Okay. We're not concerned with the property to the east. We know that's UG property and that could go to something else. But the access is the key issue here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, saying none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience? I'm sorry, Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, I heard the applicant say that he's seen other properties that was allowed to park a different way. Does he know those addresses?
As a matter of fact, because the project was presented to me that the architect couldn't finish the project, they hired me to do it. And it's at 8537 State Avenue. And that's currently a service station. It was granted a liquor store. There's parking right on the property line at the front on both ends. And even in that discussion, it said that if you screen the parking with, and they even went as far as saying you cannot go higher than 30 inches for bushes. But if you screen the parking, then that was allowed. So
Now, that property's been there for a while. I thought you said
this is a new addition to the building and a renovation of the existing building.
Okay.
It's also a building that's been there for at least 30 to 40 years. Correct?
Right, correct.
We thought you were referencing a new construction or a new build similar to what you're doing.
Well, and to be honest with you, I don't know of a building this small that follows that guidelines.
I want to go back to Commissioner Connolly's question. Do you have evidence or do you have any other examples of a new build that is built similar to what you're asking for us tonight? If not, I want to move on.
Well, you could take the building at 9801 Parallel.
And what building is that?
And that's a C-store, liquor store.
That's been there. That's been there.
It's fairly new. It was just built within the last 2 or 3 years. And they just added on to it. And so,
okay.
We're going to move on and we'll get to staff
okay.
and we'll ask them to we'll ask them to reference those examples for us.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before we move to the audience?
No.
Seeing none. Thank you. Seeing none. Anyone in the audience tonight come to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Anyone in the UG chambers?
Nobody in the chamber, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll close the public comment and we will go to Director Hannah and get his comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case was held over from your March meeting for 90 days in order for the applicant to work with staff to work through these design issues. We've received nothing from the applicant since that time. This project is also seeking, again, as the applicant noted, a parking and setback, front yard setback variance. It's in the citywide master plan in the Midtown area. We received no letters in opposition support. There are no notices of violation on the property. It is a vacant parcel, and Mr. Blay has worked with an applicant on an adjacent parcel and taken that through the entitlement process. Because we've given them 90 days, code allows for an extra 120. Staff recommends denial due to inability to work with the applicant. There are a couple options we could take on this one. We could give them 30 more days to work with staff to work through these issues. We could ask them to withdraw and come back when they're done with the design, or we could ask them to withdraw and come back with a design that meets all the code requirements. Then they don't need a variance and they can move through to building permits accordingly.
Okay.
We defer to you, but staff recommends denial.
All right, if we were not to approve this tonight, Gunnar, what if it was not approved tonight, if it was denied, what would be the applicant's choices in lieu of?
The applicant would have to come back with a redesign.
And how long?
Statute of limitations is different for BOZA and the Planning Commission. If you're denied at the Planning Commission, you cannot come back and seek another entitlement for the same project within a year, or you have to come back with a substantially different project. Staff believes that with the Board of Zoning Appeals, you just have to come back with a different designed project. So if they don't like this design, then they can redesign and come back when they're ready. if they need to go through entitlements, or they can go proceed straight to the building permits as necessary. Either way, they do need to meet the commercial design guidelines. And there have been plenty of instances where the Planning Commission has deviated from their commercial design guidelines. The bank on Leavenworth is the one that's coming to mind for me right now, which we had sought to have the parking and driveways go through the rear or side. They ended up going through the front. So there's plenty of times where the Planning Commission has deviated from the commercial design guidelines, but you are not the Planning Commission. You are the Board of Zoning Appeals reviewing this project. So we are to meet all commercial design guidelines, which we have not yet done through this process.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for staff? Gunnar, we're going to need to work on your microphone too. We can, I don't know if everybody else can hear you as badly as I'm hearing you, but it's not going to work for a long meeting like tonight. Commissioner Jones?
Chairman Carson, that's exactly what I was getting ready to say.
Oh.
I could hear a part of what Director Hand was saying. It was very choppy. It sounded like maybe one of the recommendations, in addition to the denial, was holdover, but I'm not sure I heard everything.
That was one of the options, yes. In lieu of a denial, tonight would be a holdover. And that holdover, again, clarification, Director Hand, could be up to 120 days.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Can you guys hear me better on the?
We can hear you louder, but you're still garbled. But is the holdover could be up to 120 days if we decided to go that route.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jones, did that help?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the director? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
As soon as I unmute, Gunnar, there seems to be a misunderstanding as to whether you have suggestions or there are guidelines that need to be followed. Do you think a holdover will help clear up those things?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Can you guys hear me better now on the internet?
Yes.
Great. Okay. The options for the Board of Zoning Appeals are to deny, to give them the extra 30 days for the total of 120 days held over from a commission hearing, or the applicant could withdraw and come back when they're ready with their preferred design. This has already been continued for 90 days for the applicant to work with staff. We have not heard back from the applicant in 90 days. So no, I don't think 30 more days is going to help.
Other questions? Commissioner Ernst, did that satisfy your question?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. If no further questions, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst?
I move the Board of Zoning Appeals deny case BOZA 2021-027 as it's not in compliance with city ordinances.
Motions for denial made by Commissioner Ernst for the reasons stated by the maker. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
Sure, it's a second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call on the motion for denial. Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal as it is not in compliance with city ordinances passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
That takes us to our next application, variance BOZA 2021-028. Jeff Metter with Open Door Homes for property at 4136 Springfield Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Metter, are you online? If you would, please raise your hand. For those of you that don't have your names on your profiles, when your case is called, if you could raise your hand as your case is being called so I can know how to find you. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Metter.
Okay, can you hear me here?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead and give us your name, please, and address.
My name is Jeff Metter. The address in question is 4136 Springfield Street. I apologize, the first time I've gone through a board of zoning appeals. Just present my case now.
Yes, please. Go ahead. Tell us about your project.
So this is a piece of property that we bought several years ago in plans of developing some housing in the Rosedale neighborhood. It was zoned R1B and was advised by members of the Planning Commission that at that time it was undergoing a new master plan, the new Rosedale master plan, and to hold off on any development. So we did that. Looking at the new master plan, it has an overlay of general urban. And so we're looking at doing a higher density housing than single family. And so this is basically to bring what we want to do with the current zoning R1B, moving it to RP5, just to bring it in agreement with the general urban classification that the new master plan has. That including the setback with the general urban, it's a maximum of 20 feet. With our RP5, it's a minimum of 25. So obviously whatever gets done there would need a variance approval because you can't have the both. And initially we had planned on 2 triplex units. This is a unique lot with Springfield to the east and Fisher to the west. After the neighborhood meeting and consulting with Erin Stricka of the Rosedale Neighborhood Association, she advised us that the design did not meet with the general urban design guidelines. So that's why we changed to the quad with the parking in the rear to get the off-street parking, not street facing on Springfield. And also altered the driveways so we'd have 2 entry points to maximize the on-street parking, as that was a main concern of the residents in the area.
Anything else?
I believe that covers it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak tonight in favor of or opposition to this request? Please raise your hand.
There are people in the chamber as well, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Let's go ahead and start there because I don't see anybody online. So if you would please give us your name and address, please.
This microphone. My name is Greg Hall. My address of the property in the question, or where you live? Well,
Just give us your address, please.
12414 West 54th Street in Shawnee, Kansas, 66216.
Okay, go ahead.
I own a house right across the street from this property that's under discussion. I own 4131 Springfield. I bought it in 1979, and I've owned it since then. The entire block has been single family the entire time. It was all zoned single family. There used to be a nice single family house across the street, but it fell into disrepair. And that's when this lot became available. To me, there's a house on either side of this property, single family houses. And we've had new houses built in the 2000s as well on this particular block. This would just, it just looks like spot zoning. It's just cutting into the heart of the block. We're all single family until you reach this. And so that's the objection. It's really cutting up it's disrupting the flow of the neighborhood. there's plenty of other places that could be developed in that area, but this just does not meet, it just does not flow. So.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's one more person.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joy McCann. I live at 3915 Holmes, Kansas City, Missouri, but I own the house just to the north of this property. And I actually bought that house because it's a one-level house with no steps or just a single step that I could move there as I aged. I had no idea this project was being planned next door. And so I have the same concerns that Mr. Hall has, and I don't know if they're going to speak, but other neighbors on the block are here. And I think everybody pretty much feels the same way. This represents kind of the whole end of the block, that we would prefer single family housing there, that's kind of what has been developing on that block. And, it just seems like we need more single family housing. And I think Mr. Meadows has built other single family homes in the neighborhood, and that fit in very well with the housing in the neighborhood. And so, I guess that's what we would prefer. And that's why I think we're all here in agreement that that is our strong preference for those lots there. And now I understand that 4 is an improvement over the 6 that were proposed originally, but we're still hoping for less. There's already, Fisher especially is very congested because of the apartment building that's on the other side of it as far as parking and stuff. Is there anything else you would like me to add? And there's a home on the south side of this property. I'm on the north side of the property, and there is a home on the south side of the property. So it would be like a 4-plex in between 2 single family residents.
Okay, and ma'am, do you live in the property that's in question that you're talking about, the one you referenced that you own? Do you live in that property?
I do not. I bought it thinking I would live there.
What's the status of that property at this time? Is it vacant?
No. I have 2 young men that one works at KU and one works for Amazon, I think.
All right, so it's leased?
Yes.
And how long has it been leased?
I think we bought it 3 years ago, and I just met last week with a renovator to talk about how the house could be modified to, fit my needs. And then like the next day, I get this notice that the 4-plex was back on the table. I guess I thought we hadn't heard anything, that maybe it had gone away.
Okay.
And the other thing I'd like to point out is that I have some concerns. The lot has been unkept for the whole summer until I suppose they realized the hearing was coming up. And so they quickly mowed it and left quite a mess, left lots of grass in the street. It was just kind of a disrespectful way of treating the neighbors, at the last minute to come in and mow it and not clean up. And I noticed when I went online that there's a number of citations that this guy has for not maintaining that property. So I guess it makes me wonder about, how he's going to maintain, because he, I think, plans on holding that property. So I have some concerns just looking at how the lot has been maintained, wondering how the building would be maintained after, it was there.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
No.
Mr. Chairman, could we
Yes.
get the address of the property that she owns, please?
Yes, please. Ma'am, Ms. McCann, could you give us your address of the house you own on that street, please?
What is that? What is it, 4132?
We're needing the address of the house you own, Mrs. McCann.
I'm not, is it 30 or 32? I'm sorry, I don't think about the address very often. It's just a little one-story bungalow. that-
Okay, so you don't have the address of your property readily available.
4132,
4132 is Springfield?
yes.
All right, thank you. And Director Hand can you get me a hand count of the people in the audience that came tonight for this case and those in favor and opposition?
6, including Ms. McCain.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? I have online, I have Carol.
7.
I think Nate's
Yes.
going to come up and speak.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm going to go to somebody online first. So Carol, would you please go ahead and give us your name and address?
Yeah, my name is Carol Fagan. I'm a second owner on the 4132 property. So I think that Ms. McCann summarized our concerns very well. The congestion of cars is another issue that concerns me. Even when I had a tenant who didn't park in the driveway in the back, there was difficulty getting through the front of the street when they parked in front of the house. So it's a tight street. And that's one of my other concerns with this.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity, you also own the property at 4132 Springfield?
I do.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, there's a gentleman in the chamber who'd like to
Okay,
speak.
thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Nathaniel Moore Jr. and I live at 4133 Springfield, right across from that property. And the lady that spoke a while ago, she's right. One thing that kind of griped me is they cut the grass for the first time this year. He kicked all that grass out in the street. He picked up trash, he threw it out in the street. And he took his mower and just kind of rolled it up a little bit and left all that stuff out there. Okay, other night it rained and the wind blew and all that hay and straw and stuff blew up my driveway against my garage door. I faced the west and that rain come out of the southwest, I guess. And that's one gripe. And we knew that sooner or later something was gonna be built in there after that house. The Lees, Grace, I know them. They were there for years, you know. And we knew that they're gonna build something there, but we always thought it was gonna be a couple of homes. Now, we learned earlier that it wasn't zoned for apartment, that type of stuff they want to put in, and then all of a sudden it changes. And one thing we're gonna be concerned about is the traffic. Now, he says that the entrance gonna be at the back, but if they get visitors, a lot of visitors, we don't have a problem. We got problems now. We can't get out of my driveway or get in there when they park on both sides of the street. So, but that's my gripe, and then I've been against it since day one. Now, if 2 homes are going in there, it's fine, but the other stuff, I'm not, that's the way I feel about it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else, Director Hand, in the audience?
Yes, there's one more person in the audience, which corrects our count to 7 in the audience.
All right, thank you.
My name is Helen Hopkinson. I live at 6453 Cernich Road. I also own a home at 419 South 81st Street where my son lives. I am a 2-time Johnson County transplant on purpose. I understand the implications of a lower population density, but that's why I moved here. I don't live in this neighborhood. I don't know these people, but it is important to me that we maintain the integrity of these neighborhoods. If you would like to see an example of a neighborhood gone awry, drive through Prairie Village, Kansas. You've got homes that don't fit with the next home, and it's kind of silly. And I hate to see that happen here. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, Director Hand, if that's it, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We're going to go back to the applicant for a couple of questions.
Mr. Chair, it looks like there's one more person in the audience again.
Okay, let's get a hand count right now. If anybody's going to speak, I need you at the microphone or lined up.
He's coming right now.
How many do we have? Is this the last one?
I believe this is the last one.
All right, this will be the last one in the audience unless you're standing up right now. Okay, let's go.
My address 4123 Springfield Street.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to speak up and closer to the microphone. We can't hear you.
My address is 4123 Springfield Street.
And your name again?
Raymond Nguyen.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
And if you're looking for somebody who is actually living on the Springfield, we do live there with us with Mr. Junior there. So like I said, you were looking for beside the owner. We do, like I said, we are owner, but we also live there since 2000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand.
Sorry, first of all, we're going to go back to the applicant for a couple things. Mr. Metter.
Yes.
Okay, just a question. Can you give us some details on the maintenance of your lot up to this point? Has it been maintained? Is what the neighbors telling us correct, and that you've had some notice of violations and it has not been maintained up until recently?
This year, I had not gotten any notice of violations this year. He is correct that I had not maintained it this year. Complete slip of the mind. As I was mowing another lot, I realized that I hadn't been out to mow this one. So I did go out last week and mow it. My blower wasn't working, so I was unable to get the grass cuttings back onto the lot. For that, I do apologize. Previous years, the other years that I have owned this, I have been out there mowing it regularly. There are some overgrown areas, as you can see in the picture there, like on the perimeters, where the weeds are grown on the property line, which I have not gotten into. The plan there was to clear that when we do develop the lot for whatever it ends up being. I'd also like to address the parking situation was brought up.
Yes.
Our design does have 3 off-street parking spaces per unit in there for that. So there's front to back in the garage. As you can see, they're single stall garage, but they're too deep. They go practically all the way to the front of the building. And then there's space for another car on the drive behind that as well. And still have space for the turnaround. And again, maximizing the on-street parking that's available to other tenants. I'd also like to address the single family nature that was brought up. The homes to the north of this, up until 40th or 41st Street, are single family. There is RP2 or RP5 zoning to the west. There's apartment homes there. There is an apartment building, skip the one single family to the south, and there's another RP5. And then over on the other side of Springfield, there's a bunch of RP5 as well. North of 41st, there's R2, I think, some duplex there at the north end of Fisher. So it is a mixed neighborhood. And then also, as speaking to the master plan that was released, the Rosedale master plan, it does have general urban already applied to this lot. And so that does allow for row homes, which this would meet that classification of general urban row home. And general urban, I believe, does allow even commercial activity to some degree, which we're not proposing. We're wanting to keep as residential.
Okay. Anything else?
I believe that addressed the concerns.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Hand now and get his comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we're here for a variance for the front yard. This case is associated with changes zone 2021-034, which will be heard later this evening by the Planning Commission. Again, we're looking for a front yard setback. This is in the Rosedale Master Plan area. We've received no letters in support. There have been a couple of letters in opposition, as well as the opposition that we heard this evening. There are some older notices of violation. The last notice of violation was in 2020 for, looks like a dead tree limb. One of our conditions of approval are to meet all the master plan design guidelines, which we do here with this proposed project. I would also note that the setback does act as a transition between the building to the south, which is approximately 8 to 10 feet behind front yard setback, and the house to the north, which is approximately a 20-ish front yard setback. Most of the properties on the street do meet the setbacks. Staff would not necessarily call this spot zoning, as the applicant just noted. There is RP5 zoning all around. Staff recommends approval.
Would you give a definition of spot zoning?
Spot zoning is when you basically make a zone match whatever you want to build on your property, and that zone is nowhere anywhere in the neighborhood.
All right. And that would not be correct in this instance.
Spot zoning would be if they wanted to turn this into a commercial property and they wanted to come in here and rezone it, some commercial zone.
Okay. But there are multifamily units around this property, correct?
There are multifamily across the street from Fisher. It is a unique situation. This is one of those streets in Rosedale where there are streets on either side of the parcels. So their backyard is not an alley, it's a street. Most of the properties face on the west side of Springfield, face Springfield, and access their driveways from Fisher.
Okay.
So in that sense, it's unique. I will admit to the point made by the public earlier, typically what you tried to do is preserve the single family neighborhoods on the interiors of a parcel, and the corner lots, which are currently RP5, transition from a higher density residential to a lower density on the inside if you do have a mixed residential type of block like this is.
But I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing bigger properties located in the center of the block on several streets.
That's Rosedale.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm seeing that correctly. Questions for the director? Commissioner Jones.
So Director Hand, are you changing the staff recommendation? Do I have that right?
For this project, we did go through one iteration that we felt did not meet the design guidelines and was too dense. They have since resubmitted. Staff recommends approval of this variance request.
Okay, because I was looking at the report, and then one other thing is the property address. It looks like it's wrong for this case. It's put in the report as 2205 North 102nd Street.
We are looking at BOZA 2021-028, which is addressed at 4136 Springfield Street. I have it correct on my agenda.
But in the report, I saw property location on 102nd. Wanted to be sure the record was corrected.
I have the property location on the staff report correct as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm looking
Mr.
at
Chairman,
4136 Springfield.
I think the confusion is that there's a 2022 028 on the agenda as well. So there's a 2021 and a 2022. They both end in 028.
Okay, I'm looking at 2021, so that gets that's it. I'm going in the order of the agenda.
Second item on the Board of Zoning Appeals is 2021-028. The last agenda item on the Board of Zoning Appeals is 2022-028. You might be looking at the last agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
The questions for the director? And again, the recommendation is for approval on this case. Is that again correct?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Mueller.
I'd like to make a motion to approve BOZA 2021-028.
Motion is made for approval by Commissioner Mueller. Is there a second?
Commissioner Ward, I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. Sorry, I couldn't find you. Then moved and seconded for approval. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Motion is to approve with the conditions in the staff report. Connolly,
No.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal with the conditions passes 8 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next appeal is BOZA 2021-037, Michael R. Borgwin, for property at 5910 County Line Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Borkwin, are you in the audience?
He is, Mr. Chair.
Okay, he's in person, so go ahead and give us your name, please, and address.
Michael Borkwin, 5910 County Line Road.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about your project.
Okay, I'm trying to keep it short and sweet. We have a auxiliary building, storage building, barn that I would like to replace with a newer building, better looking, more secure. Pretty much it's about 400 square foot larger than the building that's going to be replaced, and there's not much more to it. Just need to.
So you're going to take down a building and replace it with a new, bigger building, correct?
Yes, there's a building there, and it's beginning to be dilapidated. And I'd like to build I've got a building that I want to put in that's going to be more secure and have a door, modern building.
Okay, any questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Ward, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So I'm just getting clarification here.
Yes.
On the picture that's being shown right now, where it has the UG emblem on top,
Yes.
is that the building we're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so right now, that's how big is that building right now?
I'm putting up 60 by 80, so that's what 48. So it's about 4,400 square foot right now.
Oh, so it's just about, we're not talking
No,
very much larger than what you
it's
have
just
now.
pretty. Yeah, I'm not really asking for more. I just need to.
Okay, so there was already a variance on the building you have there now. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that building's been there since 40s, 50s. So,
Okay. Just want to make sure I was.
We're just trying to update.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, please, for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand or come to the podium in person. Seeing none online, anyone in the audience, Director Hand?
He's talking to somebody right now. He'll be right back.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Was that a question or was it my turn?
There was a question whether or not there's anyone in the audience in person that wants to speak.
I see nobody.
All right, thank you. Now we'll close the public portion of the meeting and we will go to you to get your comments.
Again, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As the applicant mentioned, this is for an accessory structure effectively to replace the barn with a much larger barn. It's legal non-conforming. The site is technically 3 parcels all inside the family. This parcel of the 3 includes the barn and the legal non-conforming nursery operation at this location. It's an odd-shaped parcel. Effectively, the barn would service as we understand it, would service the business. We also believe that a larger barn would support the cleanup of the property. There's quite a bit of stuff outside being stored. Again, this is in the city-wide master plan in the Turner neighborhood. We've received no letters of support nor opposition. There's no notice of violation on the property. We do have a couple of conditions of approval, such as the new barn would have to match materials of the primary structure. We're also asking the applicant to install ADA, parking stalls at the business on the site as well as a part of the project, as well as pave all the driveways that access the barn, which include driveways that do not, that are not on this property. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion. Sorry, let me get to you here. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley, Commissioner Conley,
Aye.
There we go.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions of staff, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our next appeal is BOZA 2022-019, Donald Pike, for property at 3311 North 72nd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
And Mr. Pike, I've got you queued up to speak. Go ahead and please give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is Donald Pike. My address is 3311 North 72nd Street. And what I'd like to do, I bought this property from my parents because it's got 3 stories and an acre and excuse me, about a 1/4 acre, 0.4, and they couldn't take care of it. So I bought it from them. Well, when my dad, it's a stone house and a stone garage. He laid every stone in the house and the garage, and he started back in 32. And he's never been able to park a car in the garage because he didn't build it long enough for a car to fit in it. So I have my mowers and my tiller and my air compressor. My garage is full of stuff other than my cars. And I would like to build this extra building to house my cars. And I have a project going for my wife. I'm trying to restore a 66 Ford F100 pickup for her. And it'd be so much easier to do it inside other than under a shade tree, but it would look so much better if I had everything put away. And plus, you know, when the hail that we've had here lately, luckily it's just been small hail, that I could protect my vehicles with a building that would be big enough to fit 2 or 3 vehicles in it. So, and then I'd like to get everything out of the garage that my father built and point and tuck all the rocks and just make it nice again, because, you know, it's 90 years old and the mortar tends to, you know, kind of crumble. And so I'd like to get it back into its original shape. So that's my story. That's what I'd like to do.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing anyone in the audience. Director Hand?
There's nobody in the audience
Thank you.
who would like to speak.
Okay, anyone online want to speak in favor of this case or in opposition? I'm sorry, I didn't clarify that earlier. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comments on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, what we have in front of us is 2 variances, not to be confused with the agenda, which has 3 variances stated and that were noticed. We were able to knock off one of those variances, which I'll go over here in just a second. The 2 that remain are one for a second accessory structure and the size of all accessory structures exceeding what is allowed by code. Again, as the applicant noted, he wants to build a second garage. It's not a historic property, but it is definitely a historic building and garage currently on the property. This is in the citywide master plan in the Midtown area. We've received no letters of support nor opposition. There's a few old notices of violation, but none that pertain to this case. As a condition of approval, staff is asking that the new garage match the materials of the primary structure. Again, a stone building with a matching roof. Excuse me. We also had them move the building off the side yard to match the edge with the existing garage. So it will look, and it is proposed to be placed adjacent to the existing garage. So from the street, it'll essentially just look like one larger garage instead of 2 garages adjacent to one another. That also removes the need for the 3rd variance, which was the side yard setback variance. Other standard conditions such as downlighting are applied to the staff report. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Connolly.
That's not.
Yeah, Gunnar. So how many accessory buildings can you have on the property?
Code allows only 1. He's asking for a second garage.
Okay. And you think the reason we shouldn't ask for them to tear it down because of the historical factor of it?
We did ask the applicant if they wanted to expand the current garage and or demolish and rebuild a larger garage. The applicant wishes to keep the existing garage and add a second. Again, that way, what we did then was work on the location of said garage to make it look like one. Regardless, whether it was a second garage or a demoed garage, the size would still need a variance.
Okay. Now, does he have to pave to the new garage? Because I'm looking at a drawing, I don't see where it's paved in.
Yes, that's correct. One of the conditions is, I think he currently has, as you can see here, an asphalt driveway. The bottom picture on the bottom right on the screen right now is not his driveway. That's his neighbor's driveway. This is so you can see behind that tree in the middle of the picture is where the current garage is. His garage has a asphalt, but yes, any new pavement to the second garage would need to be an improved surface, either concrete or asphalt or pavers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Strauss.
And I don't know if you can hear me better now, but I was just making sure that he has to build a full stone building, because I was looking at, I think I was confused with one of those pictures because that other garage was not a stone building, but I guess that's the neighbor's garage, but he has to actually build a stone garage if he's going to do this. Is that what they're saying?
That's the stipulation. And then, yeah, and yes,
Yep,
the photo
and
you're seeing is the neighboring property.
Yeah, the top left picture is the garage behind the house. So yes, the condition is to match the materials.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Any other questions for staff? Commissioner Mueller?
I'd like to make a motion if there's no other questions.
Go ahead, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve BOZA 2022-019 with staff stipulations and wish the applicant well in all that stonework.
All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Motion made for approval by Commissioner Mueller and seconded by Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, since we are way past the planning commission meeting, would you like to make an announcement?
Yes, thank you. For those of you that are waiting for the start of the planning commission, we are running behind with the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have a couple of cases left. We'll get to that meeting as soon as possible. We will take a 5-minute recess at the conclusion of the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting, and then we will convene the City Planning Commission immediately following. So I appreciate your patience, and we'll be with you shortly.
Next variance is BOZA 2022-025. Callie McLaughlin with City Beautiful Enterprises LLC for property at 3015 and 3020 North Baltimore Street. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
You?
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin, we've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project here.
Thank you. My name is Callie McLaughlin, and my address is 4000 Denton Road, Kansas City, Missouri. And I do have a short presentation if I am able to present. Am I enabled?
Yes. We'll get you moved over.
I am not seeing the. There we go. One moment, please, while that.
Hang on, it's going to
changes
take
me
a
over.
second.
All right, it's still loading on my side. Thank you. Janet, it still says that you have disabled screen sharing.
Yep, hang on. All right, you should be good now.
Sorry, it's giving me just a second here. Okay, are you guys able to see everything?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you for hearing my application today. I know there's a lot of parts to this project, and some of you will have to hear this a second time, so I do apologize. This proposal is for an urban farm in the Parkwood Residential District. My family has personally been farming in Kansas since 1876. Some of them lived in towns that don't even exist anymore. We have always had farmland in Kansas up until the recent generation when my grandfather passed away and our land was sold for a sexier housing development project. There's a lot of parallels between personal experiences in my history and some things that I've seen in Wyandotte County. And I would like to bring back a family farm in some form, even if it looks a little different than today. This property is a really unique property. It is currently a land bank property and has been under land bank ownership for an unknown period of time. However, except for one house, it has never been developed. And that means it has been vacant since its inception when it was platted in 1909. Currently, there are no agriculturally zoned parcels east of 635, so I would have to create this myself organically. The terrain is difficult, and due to the erosion, a lack of infrastructure, and long-term vacancy with the construction of K5, we have effectively created a basin or kind of a concave terrain here. As you can see, this part right here, where the blue dot is, I believe you guys can see that, that is the original house that was on there. It was approximately 350 square feet, as per what one of the neighbors have told me, and the gentleman that lived there also farmed. The road went here all the way and connected up north past K5 to where Brown was, and that's how it connected. Although after erosion, this land was no longer flat and is now completely just hillsided, and it's only flat a little bit up here in the front, a little bit towards the rear, but this down here is severely sloped. We have vegetation as well here, and I will show you in another slide the rest of the erosion action. Due to that erosion, even the neighbors are still without any kind of public sewer or they're all on septic system, and a combination between the erosion control and the lack of infrastructure and stormwater difficulties has made this difficult for anything other than a higher intensity project, or excuse me, has made it difficult for a higher intensity project other than an agricultural project to exist. This slide has a lot of things going on with it, but to kind of give you a little bit better of an idea of what's going on with the surrounding neighborhood, you can see here that we do not have adequate stormwater control for this neighborhood. We have one point here for the school, and we have one stormwater control here directly to work for the multifamily, but the neighborhood does not have stormwater control other than that. These properties here on this side and these properties down here towards the bottom are all on septic systems. It has been determined that it's too difficult, I believe in a study done in 1998, to provide any kind of sewer or formal infrastructure in that parcel due to the erosion control issues and the fact that they would have to pump up into connecting into any kind of line or cross over in a way that was too difficult to really fully realize. It makes it very difficult for anybody else to do anything on the property, including myself. As you know, that I have requested not just a variance on the size of the parcel so I can keep the lower intensity use of agriculture, but also for a reduction in the housing square footage. And that is partially because, well, actually all of in fact, because of this erosion, which is kind of combined into a rather unique construction scenario. If you look on the slide over here to the right, this is the frontage here of Roswell. Right here is Baltimore Street as it used to continue. Right here, this is in the public right of way, but this is an erosion stream. When it rains, it floods down here and washes out this property. We also have additional storm water coming off here that siphons down and is washing out this area right here as well. So you can kind of see the path of erosion in the darker colored part of the landscape here. The property that I'm proposing will come right in front of this. However, because of the amount of erosion control, we've had to take a different approach with construction by using a piered pile structure instead of a traditional basement or foundation. However, that piered pile structure only allows for a certain amount of square footage, a certain amount of weight and density to be applied on them in order for that piled structure to remain settled in the bedrock accordingly. But that piered structure does allow me to make flexible design decisions that would allow for a more stable foundation than would be to wash away with the erosion control and with the other storm design factors. I do not see the UG opting to provide for any additional stormwater or mitigation protection up here, or providing any additional sanitary sewer protection or any other kind of protection here that would mitigate any of these erosion control factors. And because I cannot control what happens on 10th Street, I need to mitigate it myself by providing for alternate measures on the corner of this property, which is part of the reason I'm asking for that reduced square footage allowance in order to make that accommodation. Additionally, there would be a definite hardship related to cost of this project if I were to make it to the actual square footage required by the ordinance. To do so, again, like I have mentioned, I will need to build significant retaining wall structures and provide for infrastructure that the UG does not provide. And that cost alone to make just to do the erosion control measures would make it to where I couldn't pencil this project out. This neighborhood is very much underserved and the market values are low enough to where I can keep a property with a small square footage and a small footprint on there. However, designing something that would require that much additional civil engineering, architectural engineering, construction, and landscape architectural costs would just price me out alone before I even get to the point of being able to put a house on there. I do not see how a single homeowner could afford to mitigate the circumstances without any surrounding this property, without some flexibility in the design, if not even the UG has chosen to do so as well. I do have a residency requirement. Patrick, am I allowed to acknowledge that?
Well, Ms. McLaughlin, you're speaking as in your personal capacity here tonight.
Thank you. Okay, I must relocate to the UG, and I do need to find a property to choose to live in Wyandotte as part of my lifestyle and employment choice. However, to find an agriculturally related parcel that is within an affordability range is clearly out of the question. Currently right now, to find an MLS ready property that is move-in ready, that is agriculturally zoned, I would be looking at a starting point of $255,000, and the next available property is $399,000, and that is what we have market available. I was only lucky enough to get this, to have access to this land as it is in the land bank due to its difficult building status. And so without that, without those exemptions made on square footage of the home, I wouldn't be able to build on that property. without significant costs. I'm sorry.
Ms. Malone.
Here's an example of a little bit of.
Kelly, you have 5 minutes
Yes.
left in your presentation.
Thank you. This is an example of some of the construction technique that is being used here. I know many people are not really familiar with it. It is generally reserved for small structures such as sheds, garden kind of style buildings like this, decks or smaller structures. There is weight limits and capacity limits that are on these, but it would allow for the erosion control or the erosion to fall underneath there, as this kind of foundation structure goes directly into the bedrock rather than floating in soil that's erodible the way traditional foundations do, such as a slab structure or even a dugout basement that would be subject to water seepage. This pertains more towards the zoning stuff and will be used more for the other applications that I have later, but this does speak a little bit to the desirability of the neighborhood to have an urban farm. Every single picture that you see in here or snippet comes directly from the Northeast Area Master Plan, which speaks to the desirability to have an urban farm in their area, and as well as additional gardens. And then to talk a little bit more about the character of the neighborhood, I am still able to achieve within that small square footage the characteristic of the neighborhood. I have taken screenshots here of the additional homes in the neighborhood with different features that I have incorporated to the frontage of this property in order to show how we're still able to capture and maintain the character otherwise, even with the reduced square footage. I thank you for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Connolly?
Yeah, my name is James Conley. I have a question. I mean, you referenced Juniper Gardens, and they have some urban farm, but usually during the non-farming or growing season, that piece of their farming looks real bad. Do you continue? Or are you saying that if once you start the farm, the growing, is that you would take care of it year round? It won't be overgrown during the non-planting season?
Kelly?
I'm sorry, there's a couple ways to answer that.
Okay.
Juniper Gardens does utilize a lot of farming techniques that maybe look unconventional with regards to traditional people who are used to seeing full harvest or burning. But when it comes to small scale urban farming, things are a little bit difficult. So I don't plan to burn quite as much, which is actually a good thing when you're in an urban environment. But they really don't have the kind of fencing and screening that I would be able to provide. They are way more open space. They have just chain link fences, and it's very visible from the street. There's significant screening around my property, and by putting the home on the south side where it fronts Roswell, let me see if I can, right around, here's a good picture. I know it's kind of got everything here, but if the home is situated here, and as you can see there, this one is also fully treed. There's trees all around this property and all around. There's significant screening. So the only real entrance into this property is to come right off here through Baltimore Avenue, and that's where you would be seen the most. But that's also where the home site would be, and would be kind of my front yard. So if there's anything that is unsightly, you would have the line of sight around here shielded by trees and additional landscaping that will be required as part of my conditions of approval. But most everything that you would see would just be the front of my home, like any other residence.
Yeah, I guess I'm not talking about what I see. I'm just saying, will it be maintained during the non-planting season? That's my question.
During a non-planting season, I will be utilizing tarp coverage for soil warmth and some erosion control measures. So there might be some similar things, but I plan on utilizing tarp coverage, which looks different. It's a way of keeping the soil warm. It looks significantly different. I don't know how to explain it in a way that makes sense for someone who is not a farmer. So even if there is a little bit of that practice, it wouldn't be visible. But for the most part, there may be a few crops that do look like that, but that is part of the normal growing process. However, most of them would not be that way. Most of them would be utilizing a crop coverage.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this case, please raise your hand.
There are people in the audience who'd like to speak.
Okay, go ahead. I see nobody in the online audience, so we'll start with the first speaker.
Looks like we have 2 people total.
Okay. Go ahead and please give us your name and address.
Hi, my name is Alicia Ellingsworth. I live at 5720 Lowell Street, Mission, Kansas, 66202. I'm the executive director of KC Farm School at Gibbs Road. It's located at 4223 Gibbs Road, Kansas City, Kansas, 66106. I'm here to support Callie's request. Multiple reasons. I would say that my organization has a very good relationship with UG, so we have over the years really appreciated the information sharing back and forth and the support of commissioners, particularly Commissioner Bynum and Commissioner Markley. Both have visited the farm on multiple occasions and have complimented on the way that we are able to engage the community and the value of the food that we grow on the community. Callie has participated in our organization in a number of ways, supporting us and actually adding more information to our project so that we can better accomplish our goals. I can say that as far as the need for producing food in Wyandotte, we know the health statistics, we know the hunger statistics, we know that much of Wyandotte is known as a food desert. And so as she proposes to grow food, that's a wonderful thing in our opinion. We are here to support that. We are here to help encourage her to maintain the property best she can. We take care of ours the best we can. And I guess I could say one thing to the property at Juniper Gardens. While it is one large farm, it is run by 6 individuals separately. And so when the season is over, the individuals not participating or not knowing better walk off the property and leave the gardens as it is, probably in September, October. And I would say a lot of gardens, a lot of urban farms are taken care of much better because we are much better when we are in cooperation with our neighbors. When our neighbors like what we do, then things go really well. The final thing I want to say just speaks to the need and the desire of urban ag in Kansas City, Kansas. We have helped and support 400 backyard growers in the past 3 years. So that's an ever-growing number, and the neighborhood feel and the cooperation between neighbors only grows the more food that is grown in the county. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Helen Hopkinson. I live at 6453 Sturnich Road. I also own a home at 419 South 81st Street where my son lives. As I mentioned before, I am a 2-time Johnson County transplant, and I'm not here to bag on Johnson County. It's a lovely place, right? It has very good qualities. And if I had to move back there, I would not become suicidal or anything. It's lovely. I keep coming back to Wyandotte County because of the potential that I see. This is what Johnson County offers that this is what Wyandotte County offers that Johnson County can't. I would love to see these all over the county and Wyandotte County growing our economy from within Wyandotte County. We can fix this food problem and we can grow our economy right here if we let things like this happen. I don't want another grocery store. I want a market where as much food as possible is produced right here where I live, where I can see it and I know where it's coming from. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That is it in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Case. We will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll now go to you, Director Hand, and get your comments on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. First, I do want to, although it was noted, I did want to make the announcement. Ms. McLaughlin is an employee of the UG Planning and Urban Design Department. She was neither involved or privy to any of the conversations related to any of these cases. Before you tonight with BOZA 2022-025, that's being heard in conjunction with Change of Zone 2022-017, Plat 2022-011, and SUP SP 2022-045 later this evening at the City Planning Commission. Again, we're looking at two variances, one for a minimum lot size under the required minimum for agricultural zoning, which the applicant is also proposing to change to, as well as one for under the minimum house size in terms of square foot. Staff would note that she is just under 4 acres once replatted for the property. That's not too dissimilar to other cases where we have recommended approval for a variance for under that size. Again, in the current zoning code, we have 1 agricultural district, technically 2, if you consider AG Wyco, which is a remnant of before unification. That agricultural district we've mentioned multiple times does not fit the totality of needs and the diversity of agricultural uses and typologies within Wyandotte County, although this one gets close. Staff recommends approval of variance number 1. On variance number 2, staff believes the applicant did not fully meet the requirements of statutory question number 3. So technically her hardship is one of monetary hardship, which we have not typically used as a justification for 3. So technically staff recommends denial of variance number 2. Although I will also note we have previously mentioned a house of this size is both not unprecedented. There are plenty of legal non-conforming uses of this size. And then secondly, staff is working on what some people have come to call tiny home ordinance that would eliminate this minimum square foot size in the ordinance. So with that, staff recommends approval of 1, denial of 2. This is in the Northeast Area Master Plan. We've received some letters of support, no opposition. Again, there are some old notices of violation on the property, which would be cleaned up through this project. And last thing, also noted, regardless of what happens for the second variance this evening, a new home on this property will have to go through the Landmarks Commission for a certificate of appropriateness, as this is in the Parkwood Historic District.
Okay, questions for staff? And Gunnar, will I need 2 motions for each variance, or can they be encompassed into 1?
Just 1.
Okay, thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Pauly? Nope. Commissioner Muller?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve BOZA 2022-025 and with staff stipulations, and wish the applicant the best of luck. I think it sounds like a great project.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Muller. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. Any questions on that motion for approval?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
Because staff had recommended approval of one of the variances and denial of one of the variances. So I either need a clarification from staff or from the maker of the motion.
Mr. Muller, my motion, or my understanding of your motion was for a full approval based on staff stipulations and comments of both variances, correct?
Correct. As Director Hand said, we need 1 motion.
Janet, does that help you?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Waters, Legal Department. I guess there was just a little bit of confusion because, as Ms. Parker said, the staff recommendation on the second was for denial. So we're not really incorporating the staff's recommendation in totality.
Correct.
So I just want to be clear that.
All right, let's go back. I agree.
I
Thank
think
you.
I think two motions might just.
Mr. Chair, we do include conditions of approval if the Board of Zoning Appeals decides to approve the second variance. So those are included in the staff report, but I defer to legal.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
What do you prefer to have, Patrick?
If everyone is comfortable, if no one wants to split their votes, we can have one motion. If anyone wants to split their votes, we need to have two. And so I guess we can do roll call and see, but if anyone objects and wants to split their vote, we'll need to go back.
Okay, I want to just clarify what we've been talking about here is that the motion is for approval by Commissioner Mueller on both variances, even though the recommendation was for denial on the second variance. There were conditions for approval if the commission decided to approve, which Commissioner Mueller is recommending that in the form of a motion. Does anybody have any discussion on that? Or does anybody wish to split their vote before moving to a vote on both
Mr.
of these
Chairman,
together?
I don't mean to interrupt you, but before we have discussion, I've got a motion on the floor. I need to have a second before we can discuss.
There was a second by Commissioner Pauly.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's all right. Commissioner Connolly. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Commissioner Connolly. You're muted.
I said that he recommended approval with staff recommendations, and I guess in there, staff had a couple of recommendations, and one was for approval, and if they approve. So I think just one vote that we have right now is good enough for me.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any problem putting them together or need to split your vote? All right, seeing none, the motion is for approval on both variants 1 and 2. Even though 2 was recommended for denial, it does have stipulations included for approval, and those stipulations were added by Commissioner Mueller. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make sure it was clear.
I think we're good. Roll call, please.
Conley?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Mueller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Strauss?
Aye.
Ward?
Aye.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve variance 1 and variance 2 with the conditions of approval listed in the staff report passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Our last appeal is BOZA 2022-028, the sign guy KC for property at 2205 North 102nd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose concerning this case?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Eldringhoff. Sign guy KC. Okay, please go ahead and unmute yourself, please, and give me your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jesse Eldringhoff with the Sign Guy KC. My business address is 7891 Maston Drive, Overland Park, Kansas. And we are looking to build and install a monument sign at 2205 North 102nd Street at the Hope Chapel. Hope Chapel has just purchased this property as one of their campuses for their multiple campus church sites here in the Kansas City area. And the variances we're applying for speak directly to the size of the monument sign, as only 50 square feet is permitted in the sign regulations. And we are asking for a substantially larger monument sign to be placed on the property due to the fact that this property sets back so far off the road that there is no ability for anyone to, no sign that we could put on the building or per the sign guidelines, as in the regulations would be visible from anyone on the 435 loop or the 435 highway, and therefore just kind of muting the ability to meet the needs for the business identification. Therefore, also the other variance is moving the sign from the right of way to the, let's call it the apex of that 102nd Street curve. That would also give it the ability to be seen from that location. So we're just asking for those two variances, a size of sign, which is significantly larger so that it can be seen from a distance across the highway from stated the southbound lines of 435 and moving it from its location at the right of way to the berm of that on the land there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Is this going to be a regular monument sign? It's not going to be lighted or any uplighting or anything to it?
The monument sign construction consists of a block wall that would be erected on that berm, and on the face of that wall would be internally LED illuminated channel letters.
So it is illuminated.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand or come to the microphone. Seeing nothing
There
online.
are people in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
All right, go ahead, please.
Steve Miller, 6037 North 115th Street. Trustee of the property for my mother at 2300 North 99th. And I've talked to Mr. Eddendorf, and I don't mind moving the sign to a different location. What I told him I didn't like was the 300 square foot instead of a 50 square foot sign. I think that's just way too big. Also, he doesn't know if it's going to be lit all night, going to be on a timer or what, but that's another thing that might be problemsome. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Next.
They're approaching now, Mr. Chair.
I'm Barbara Coble. My address is 8817 West 160th in Overland Park, and I am one of the owners that edge the property to the east. And one thing, there has been numerous churches in this building in the last, say, 10 or 15 years. I know of at least 5. How long is this one going to stay? And I feel like that they're asking us and the city for a total encroachment on what they're asking for is 40, instead of the 40 square foot sign, they're wanting one that's 6 times as big. And also moving it from the, from over by the driveway where it's supposed to be over. I think that is ridiculous. And he said, well, they want the church wants to be people to see it from 435. Well, I'm sorry, when I'm on 435, I'm not looking for a church. And I think if a sign is 9 foot high and 30 foot long, there's going to be people look, yeah, they'll look all right, but how many wrecks are we going to have because of it? And I think that whatever they've got out there at this time is more than big enough. And also, I think being a church, in my opinion, is they should be following the rules. They should be an example to the community. There's no other companies, no businesses around that are asking for signs. This is this humongous sign. So I feel like it should be denied.
All right, thank you. Next.
That is it for the chamber.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that, I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand, get your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we're forces a variance for both the distance from the primary driveway as well as the size of a sign. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan. We received no letters of support, some opposition, including testimony tonight. There are no notices of violation on the property. This property is currently zoned R1, which allows monument signs to essentially address the entrance to a location like a church. Again, this is to notify drivers of where to approach a property and park. The intent for this sign code is not to effectively be a billboard. Staff recommends denial of both variances.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Pauly,
Motion to deny, subject to staff stipulations.
okay.
Second.
Motion, is that on both? That is for both cases, correct?
It
For
is.
both variances requested?
Yes.
Okay. Motion is made for denial by Commissioner Pauly. Commissioner Pauly, and could you go ahead and state your reasons for denial?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It is essentially, to me, it seems like it's being used as a billboard and not as a way sign. It's too big.
All right,
And it's
thank you.
not the right spot.
Thank you. Commissioner Muller, that was a second from you, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for denial made by Commissioner Pauly? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal due to the size of the proposed sign passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Chairman, that completes our agenda.
Thank you all for your attendance, and those of you waiting for the Planning Commission to start, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will begin that meeting promptly in 5 minutes. I do appreciate your patience. I know a lot of you are in the audience for several of these cases, so we appreciate you holding there with us, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
for the planning commission agenda, we're gonna have several applications that are gonna be heard together, so we'll be keeping track of that for you.
All right, thank you. Just remind me where we're at and what I need and how many. And the order.
Outside of that, you got it, right?
Other than that, yeah.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm in complete control.
Yeah.
No grinning, Commissioner Pauly. I see you grinning, even though you're not looking at your camera. I see the grin.
Hey, that's my buddy, so could I ask for something that would really help me?
Yes.
When we get to the public portion, could we ask for those in favor first? And then after they've all spoken, then go to opposition? Because
Yes.
last month I was having to jump up and down and.
Gotcha. Trying to figure out who was who. And sometimes testimony is not always clear if they're in support or opposition.
Okay,
I'm ready whenever you are, Janet.
I'm
As long
ready as
do
soon
we-
as we've got a quorum back here.
All right. Director Hand, are you back?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Beth available?
They should
Yes.
be-
All right, thank you. All right, great, thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the June 13th meeting of the City Planning Commission to order. My name is Jeff Carson. I'll be serving as chair of tonight's meeting. Serving with me is Karen Jones as vice chair. We have the following commissioners present this evening: Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, Commissioner Dwayne Beth, Commissioner James Connolly, Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Mark Muller, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, Commissioner Joseph Straw, and Commissioner Aaron Ward. We also have with us Patrick Waters, legal counsel for the Unified Government, along with Gunnar Hand, Director of Land Use and Urban Planning, and Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have Byron Toy with the City Planning staff. At this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement on how we'll run tonight's meeting. Thank you all again for your patience tonight.
Mr. Chairman, before I read the statement, I have 3 applications that are going to be removed from the agenda tonight.
Okay.
The first one is SP 2021-087, Nathan and Molly Nay, special use permit for short-term rental at 2513 West 46th Avenue. The applicants withdrew this application today, so there will be no further hearings on this application.
Thank you.
So if anyone is in the audience, this application has been withdrawn. Change of zone COZ 2022-015, John Emanuel's at 4411 North 67th Street. This application has a corresponding variance BOZA 2022-021, which was removed from the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda earlier this evening due to an error in the publication in the newspaper. This application will be held over until the August 8, 2022 meeting. And special use permit SP 2021-090, Dana Blay with DBL Architecture Inc. at 146 South 18th Street. This application has a corresponding variance BOZA 2021-041, which was removed from the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda earlier this evening due to an error in the staff report. This application will be heard on July 11, 2022. Mr. Chairman, that's all the changes I have to the agenda, so I will now read the statement.
Thank you.
We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Members are participating either in person in the commission chamber or on Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Planning Commission members, use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse yourself, use the raise your hand feature. For those in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the front of the room to the microphone as I call the application, and Director Hand will inform the chairman of those persons that wish to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, June 30, 2022. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final, and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wicokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. However, the only items on the consent agenda this evening are the April and May minutes. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. For each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts at that time. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this evening's hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, June 30th, 2022 at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the April 11, 2022 special hearing and regular hearing minutes. Consideration of the May 9, 2022 City Planning Commission minutes.
Is there anyone on the commission that would like to have either one of those items pulled off the consent agenda? Okay. Anyone in the audience want to pull either one of the minutes off the meeting for special consideration? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion on the consent agenda. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Motion made to approve the consent agenda. Commissioner Straws, is that a second?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Commissioner Strauss, go ahead and mute yourself, please. Thank you. I'm sorry, I just get feedback and an echo when you're unmuted. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the minutes from the past 2 months have been approved.
Thank you.
That completes the consent agenda, and we will now move on to the non-consent agenda. Our first item is change of zone application, COZ 2021-034. Jeff Metter with Open Door Homes. Change of zone from RP1B, Planned Single Family District, to RP5, Planned Apartment District, to build 2 triplex units at 4136 Springfield. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owners, and all of the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Metter, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Give us your name and address, please, and review with us about this project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jeff Metter with Open Door Homes. Office address is 2920 Merriam Lane. The property address in question is 4136 Springfield Street. Touched on most of the points earlier with the zoning appeal hearing. But this is a parcel that is currently zoned R1B, single family, and it is in a mixed zone neighborhood, as mentioned before, with RP5 to the west, and one lot removed to the south, and then a street over some more RP5. Our intent here is to add some, recognize the Rosedale master plan and the desire for added density in the neighborhood. I do have experience with that. We have built some single family homes further up on Springfield. It was back in 08, 09. And the demand for those are quite high, and the rents we've seen accelerating. So it's in support of the notion that there is definitely more housing stock that is needed in the Rosedale neighborhood, especially as KU Med Center and the University of Kansas Hospital continue to expand. There's more and more people that are opting to live close to that. And so that's why we're requesting to go to a higher density that would also be in compliance with the master plan that has this slotted as general urban, which does allow for row homes, which is what we are proposing here.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Anything else?
No, that's pretty much the crux of it. Like I said, I'm kind of repeating from earlier. So
okay, sounds good. Questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of this application? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
Nobody in the chamber in favor, Mr. Chair.
All right, nobody online either. Anyone opposed? Please come to the mic or raise your hand.
We have quite a few in the chamber in opposition.
Okay, can you tell me how many?
6.
Is there a designated speaker for one, or do all 6 need to speak?
Looks like we might have 2.
All right, please come to the microphone. Give us your name, address.
My name is Greg Hall. I live at 12414 West 54th Street in Shawnee, Kansas. object to breaking up the block, it from one end of the block to the other, from 41st to 42nd. It's all single family. And it has historically been single family. 42nd Avenue is a corridor that has multifamily, but between the two streets or avenues, 41st Avenue, 42nd Avenue, it is single family now and has always been. I hope you could appreciate the concerns of the residents and the property owners of this modest and diverse neighborhood. We believe that this would destroy the look, feel, and continuity of the block as we are 100% single-family homes. This change would lower the property values, increase congestion, raise density, and cause a negative environmental impact, e.g. the stormwater runoff, flooding that is currently happening by the apartments that are on Fisher. And this would add to the load, stormwater load, and increase this the flooding. So we still believe that single family housing is also needed in this neighborhood, and that we have had some new houses built not too many years ago from another block or two over, and currently I think some in the Frank Rushton area are being built as well. So KU is expanding. We all know that, but housing, single family housing is also needed. And we'd like to preserve the character and the nature of the block. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next.
I believe we have one more speaker from the group.
I'm Joy McCann, and I live at 3915 Holmes over in Quincy, Missouri, but I am co-owner of the house next door to this property, which is 4132 Springfield, with Carol Fagan, who I think is online listening in on this. And we just second, third, fourth, whatever this, what Greg Hall has said, that this is a really solid single family neighbor block, and that seems like something that should be preserved and encouraged. And I know I talk to young people all the time trying to buy homes, and they just can't find one. They can't afford one. There's none available. They're out competed by buyers trying to buy one. I think there is a demand for single family homes, and I think that is just the appropriate use of this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I did during the meeting receive an email from Christy Segura, who lives at 4130 Springfield. She raised her hand, she said, during the Board of Zoning Appeals, but we apparently didn't see it, but she is in opposition to these applications.
Someone did raise their hand, but it was after we closed the public portion of the meeting and we'd gone on to staff comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction, or is being heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2021-028, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. Again, we're looking to go from our RP1B to RP5. As it relates, there are, again, adjacent RP5s in the vicinity of the neighborhood across the street on Fisher and down the street on Springfield. It's currently a vacant property in the Rosedale area master plan. We received no letters in support. We do have opposition to the project. And again, as noted earlier, there are some old notices of violation related to this property. Staff does recommend approval and that they find that the project does meet the Rosedale Area Master Plan multifamily design guidelines. I would note that if density or typologies are a concern, you can do other types of multifamily in the RP5 zone, but that's, and technically the zone for townhomes is R3, but R3 requires 1 acre minimum for some reason that, quite frankly, I don't understand in our current code of ordinances. But RP3 is allowed to be constructed at RP3 standards in the RP5 zone. So we left it at RP5. I note that to say we could by motion add some sort of restriction that only R3 typology, i.e. townhomes, could be built on this site. We could record a deed. It could be a condition of approval. There's other means if typologies are an issue for the neighborhood, and the commission seeks to mitigate that accordingly. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Mueller?
I'll make a motion to approve change of zone 2021-034 with staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Mueller. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst? Is that a second, Commissioner Ernst? Thank you. Motion made and seconded for approval. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Yeah, I
Jones?
got this commissioner meeting where you planning and zoning.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone COZ 2021-034, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on June 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, we are going to take 2 applications together and then master plan amendment and a change of zone, and we will vote on them separately and in that order. Master plan amendment MPL 2022-009, Jim Calvert. Master plan amendment from planned commercial and planned mixed residential, the Prairie Delaware Piper master plan, to medium density residential citywide master plan at 2341 and 2017 North 104th Terrace and 10332 Parallel Parkway. And change of zone application COZ 2022-013, change of zone from AG agriculture and R1 single family districts to RP2 planned 2-family and RP5 planned apartment districts for a mixed density residential development, duplexes and apartment buildings called residences at the Legends at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ward?
I live in the neighborhood that's going to be to the west of this development, and I got a notice from the developer, obviously, and so I attended the meeting to see the design of the project.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Beth, I also attended the meeting before I was on the commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Calvert, are you in the audience? Go. Go ahead and please unmute yourself and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about this project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. I'm Jim Calvert, Vice President of Construction at Worcester Investments, 720 Main, Kansas City, Missouri. Thank you for your time tonight and the opportunity to present our vision for the residences at the Legends. I'm joined tonight by representatives of NSPJ Architects, HG Consult Engineers, and Dentons, who combined bring decades of development experience to our team. Worcester Investments was founded in 2006 and owned properties primarily in the Kansas City region, with recent expansions into Wichita, Columbia, and St. Louis. We employ a team of approximately 100 associates and about 3,000 families call Worcester Communities home. With our market experience, working with experts and consultants who have also had extensive experience with local projects, we have determined that existing zoning on the property has contributed to its remaining undeveloped for so many years, and that demand exists for a multi-generational, market rate, mixed-use residential property. As such, our project represents the best use for this property, and we believe that the site is well suited to accommodate these uses. We have collaborated with staff to ensure that this project mix provides an appropriate transitional land use between the neighbors of the single-family homes to our west and I-435. The buffering along parallel heights and the introduction of single-family homes adjacent to the homes in Westmore Downs were specifically adopted in response to concerns for buffering the neighborhood homes. The plan we present to you tonight illustrates how we will incorporate 343 1- and 2-bedroom apartment homes, 58 3-bedroom villas, and 10 single-family homes into a walkable community that will include first-class amenities, including a 9,000 square foot clubhouse, a resort-style swimming pool, a pickleball court, picnic pavilion, all orientated around community open spaces that will include a water feature, walking trails, and a dog park. These access-controlled buildings will be built with elevators, allowing residents of all age groups and physical abilities easy access. Rents are projected to range from $920 to $2,700 per month. The entire property will be professionally landscaped, maintained, and will be managed by our in-house property management division. It is our desire to be a good neighbor. We have met 3 times with the neighbors surrounding our property. First on October 18th, 2021, again on November 15th, and most recently on March 21st, 2022. Many issues were covered in these meetings, ranging from questions that they had about our design to broader community issues that we are willing to work with staff and the county to help solve. After listening to the neighbors and comments we received from staff, we have made significant changes to our development that include adding single-family homes along the west property line adjoining Westmore Downs, transitioning to 2-family villas in the middle of the site, and reorienting the taller apartment buildings further north and east on our parcel closer towards I-435. Adding a 6-foot privacy fence with expanded landscape buffers, adding walking trails and sidewalks, moving the location of a playground away from existing homes, adding extra parking in our development for visitors, and many more. Traffic has been continuing a topic of discussion with the neighborhood and staff, and generally falls into 3 areas: connecting existing streets into the new development, merging traffic entering North 104th Terrace from parallel, and Georgia Avenue improvements. As our team and staff have worked through these concerns, we have also engaged outside traffic consultants at the request of the county engineer to complete a professional traffic study of the area, along with 2 additional concentrated studies. Based on these studies, it is our understanding that the existing road networks will manage the additional traffic generated by our development, and we will continue to work closely with staff to implement solutions to each area. So in summary, as you consider our request for approval, the residences at the Legends will help meet the much needed demand for quality housing options in our community. We'll provide jobs, help build the tax base, and bring additional business to the existing Legends development, making it a great addition to the fabric of the community. Thanks for your time tonight and your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, we seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in favor of the application tonight, please raise your hand or come to the mic if you're in person.
There's
Correct.
nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair, in
All right.
support.
All right, thank you. Anyone opposed, please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
There are multiple people in the chamber in opposition.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Let's go ahead and start with our in-person folks. If you would please step up to the microphone. Is there going to be a spokesperson or is everyone going to speak?
It looks like we have 5 speakers here.
5 speakers. Do we need to do a hand count of anyone else in the audience that wants to be counted as being opposed?
4 speakers, 5 people total in opposition.
4 speakers and 5 people total in opposition. Okay, let's go ahead and start then. Please give us your name and address.
Hi, I'm Lynn Melton and I live at 4028 Independence Boulevard, which is a few miles from where this project is, but I've lived in Western Wyandotte County since 1982. So I'm concerned about what goes on there. I have over 30-year mortgage background and based on my experience, I could see that this project would not enhance property values for the homeowners nearby. My concerns are schools. We're currently overcrowded in our schools. Public safety is stretched to the limit, police, fire, sheriff, and that causes additional risk for the residents and the people visiting the Legends area and our community. The other thing is, one of the meetings I went to talked about a retention pond. And I can tell you that we have a lot of subdivisions that have trouble with retention ponds. And it seems like days in the past that the builders came in, they put retention ponds up and there's nobody there maintaining them now. These are expenses that the subdivisions have the burden of that could ultimately fall on the taxpayers and the unified government to maintain and to repair these. So in my opinion, this is not the correct fit for our neighborhood.
Thank you. Next. Commissioner Connolly, did you have a question of that speaker? You're on mute, Commissioner Connolly.
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry. Ms. Milton, can you step back to the microphone, Commissioner Connolly?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get your address. Did you say you live on, what was your address?
4028 Independence Boulevard. I live a few miles from that, but I've lived in the Western Wyandotte County area since 1982.
So you live in Missouri now?
No, 4028 Independence Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas.
That's in the Piper community, Commissioner Connolly.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Melton.
These are the
Next speaker.
Erica Turney, 10600 Cleveland Avenue in Westmore Downs. We live on the northwest corner of 106th and Cleveland. There are several things that we feel why this is going to be a negative impact on not just Westmore Downs in general, but also the community. Obviously, yes, the intersection of 104th and Parallel is a huge factor, as well as the increased traffic on Georgia, of which we already have a problem with keeping up on maintenance. Haskell, we take pride in our subdivision being a one-way in and one-way out community to help keep us and our children safe. And by connecting that to Haskell, we feel that that is going to put us and our the rest of the families at risk. Also, in regard to the overcrowding of our schools, we're already overcrowded in the Piper School District as it is. And we are currently rebuilding as we speak, trying to accommodate the children that we already have But also with the new law that Kansas has just passed, we're not sure what or how that is going to impact us later. But we are already at capacity. We're already short-staffed on teachers. We're already short-staffed on bus drivers, and have no idea how the increase of a development such as this, plus all of the developments that are already approved, such as the one that is going next to Prairie View and Village West apartments off of Hutton Road in between State Avenue and Parallel. The one that's currently being built off of right there in the Legends parking lot next to the parking garage. The Village West apartments can't even stay full. And there's just, the building is too fast, and this is not a good time to do that. In addition to the increase issues that it could have for our police department and our fire department, as we are short-staffed with them as well. As I said before, we all take pride in our neighborhood. We pay homeowners dues, and the characteristics of our subdivision and neighboring subdivisions is what we really would like to keep. And I just don't see how this is going to be good for us that are right next to it or the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Jim Reidemeyer, 10519 Roland Avenue, Kansas City. I also live in Westmore Downs. I live on the northeast corner overlooking Georgia, so I get to see the traffic every day from my back patio. I have several concerns. One overall concern, and that's the transparency. I've been to all three neighborhood meetings. I've been a part of this since it started back actually in 2020. Where it went from original plans of hotels and restaurants to multiplex condos to what the current fourth plan is now. And some of the things that have been said in there kind of makes me wonder about the transparency. Studies were mentioned, and when asked for information on it, they weren't available. The three concerns I have are traffic, drainage, and compatibility. With the traffic study was mentioned in the report that was supposedly completed June 2nd. I called the planning department today to get information on this report, and they could not give that to me. But my knowledge, a traffic study should have a traffic count. In all the years that I've been there, I've never seen a traffic count done on Georgia. The traffic count on Georgia is increasing exponentially. The border between Westmore Downs and the development runs north and south, and it's at the crest of a hill. And so one way goes down towards 435, the other way is there. So there is concern about vehicles approaching the crest of the hill. There are numerous bus stops along Georgia that with increased traffic would endanger students. And I'll come back to the bus stop issue there too. The parallel, there are three exits out of this. The parallel exit is another question of concern. In your report, it mentioned having buy-in from KDOT. So I called KDOT and spoke with one of the engineers. They said they have not been in contact with the developer since January. And they said that they had serious, I repeat, serious concerns over the intersection at Parallel. And if they were to redo the ramp coming off 435, that'd have to involve the Federal Highway Department. So there are some major concerns there. So probably in answer to these concerns, they opened a third access that kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back, running through our subdivision through Haskell and connecting them. And then they mentioned to alleviate the speeding cars that they would add calming methods. I tried to ask planning commission, or the planning department, what that is. And the engineer from KDOT said that that would be speed bumps. So they're asking to put speed bumps in our subdivision to slow down the traffic that's coming through from the development. And like I said, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, especially in our development, in our neighborhood. The second concern is like what Eric has mentioned, or the other speaker too, the drainage pond that's back to the back of the development. My street, Roland, has there's a lot of underground streams underneath these areas. And our street has been damaged, and so is Georgia, because of these underground streams and water coming out of them. And so, my concern is, how is this going to be affecting future, the street there? So that's an issue there with that. And I would think that that's a huge pond. That's an attractive nuisance. A lot of people down there around that. That'd be the issue there too. And the third one is a compatibility fit. Others have spoken on this. What is the need for apartments? They said that they did a study. And again, I asked at the neighborhood meeting.
Sir, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. So I asked for this compatibility study. Couldn't give it to me. So again, it's just, they're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. This is overbuild in this, and it's going to cause traffic and other problems with this. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
My name is Kelly Burrell. I live at 10605 Roland Avenue. We are one of the first houses that you see when you come into the neighborhood. We moved into this neighborhood because it was quiet. And we wanted our kids to be able to come to a school that was going to be a calm, quiet place for them to be. And my concern, I've already had just my kids getting off the bus, they've already nearly been hit just by cars speeding through the neighborhood. The last thing we need is cars coming the other direction. And we don't need the massive traffic issues this is going to be causing. The schools don't need the additional pressure that they're already having. We've just had a big bond that just passed, and I don't have the numbers right here. And it seems to me that if we put this much more pressure on it, it's just going to be more and more money that's going to have to come out of the homeowners' pockets. And I don't think that that is the best use of, I don't think that's the best use of our money. I think that there's better things that we can be doing with our time and space.
Thank you. Director Hand, is this our last speaker? Is this number 5?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's no one left in the audience that wishes to speak.
All right, thank you. That was our last speaker. I'm sorry. I thought you said we had 5.
That's correct, in the audience.
All right, so we're done there?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, we'll go to the online audience. I'm going to start off with Erica Hopka. Hello.
Hi, thank you. My name is Erica Hopka. I live at 10529, Cleveland Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I am in Westmore Downs, and I have attended a couple of the meetings that the organization has had. I would like to say that at the very first meeting, we discussed having a barrier between our two developments because they didn't have adequate parking, period. They did not have enough parking to support having a 2-income renter of any of their properties, and they're not affordable enough to do on your own. And one of the things that they assured me is that they would block off our neighborhood from their development, and that would help to protect our streets from being dangerous for our kids to cross because you can't see across them. And it would also prevent that transient traffic going through here. We have struggles enough as it is with crime out this way, especially with the developments that have all been happening lately. Furthermore, to echo the points with the bus stop, there are 3 places where kids have to cross Georgia to get onto the bus every day. And to the points that my neighbors have made, the kids have already had near misses. And so if we are going to exponentially increase the number of people that are going to be using Georgia, because you cannot make a left onto parallel, I don't care which one of these exits you choose, you can't take a left onto Georgia or onto parallel. So they're going to have to be forced onto Georgia, which has no curbs, which has no drainage, which has no support for these kids. There's no crosswalks or anything for these kids. And they want to increase the traffic of people coming through here on a day-to-day basis because there is no other option for them to get onto the highway. And I worry about what other misrepresentations this organization has if they're giving us these assurances and then at the last minute changing them. So what I would like to also say is that if we're going to be planning these mega developments, we need to also have the development or the infrastructure to support them, to include water and sewer and stormwater and all the other pieces that are sorely lacking out this direction. And so if they're willing to go that extra mile and invest in our community that way and invest in the pieces that we need to support that type of a development, then that is a partner. But I don't feel like this organization is a partner to us.
Okay, thank you. Next, we will go to Janie. Janie, I need you to give us your full name, please, and address.
Yeah, actually, it's Mary Jane Smith, and I'm at 10738 Roland Court in Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you.
We actually built our house in 87 here, so we have lived here a long time. The traffic here is unbelievable, horribly busy. I do not see where this new unit would help us in any way. I actually feel like it actually is a safety issue to have that many units of people added on to our community. I am totally opposed to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Liddell Beason, B-E-A-S-O-N. Liddell Beason. Unmute yourself, please, and give us your name. Liddell Beason, B-E-A-S-O-N. Okay, I'm going to move on to Deanna Beason. Deanna?
Yes, my name is Deanna Beeson. I live at 10522 Haskell Avenue. I will echo the sentiments of all of my neighbors, but as a person who lives on Haskell, right at the end of the street where the proposal to cut through the street is, I would like to just provide a unique perspective, not that it wouldn't impact everybody in our neighborhood, but we literally already, with the number of cars just for the people that live in this neighborhood, we have parking on the street. We have, to wait for people to go by. Adding this type of traffic to our streets, in my opinion, is unreasonable. We bought our house because it was on a cul-de-sac, because it was in a self-contained subdivision. And now for this to come and to accommodate something that's not even here, to change the safety that we have for our children, to change our property values, I think is unreasonable. As was mentioned, there are lots of apartment developments going up. They can't even get occupancy in those apartments, and they're luxury apartments just like these are built to be. In addition to that, everything around this is our residential neighborhoods. So I don't know why we would need to plop this in the middle of all the residences. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Emma Lee. Emma Lee. And folks, I have down traffic, drainage, compatibility with the neighborhood, schools, and traffic safety all being concerns. So if these are your concerns as well, you can just give me your name and address and say you agree with the comments stated by your neighbors, and we will count you as being opposed. You don't need to state the same reasons. We'll go on with Emma Lee.
Hi, my name is Emma Lee. I live at 10526 Haskell Avenue, and I am also right at the cusp of where they would break through to the additional or the new development would break in through our street. And I have 3 small children, and the traffic is already just too much, and I don't think that it would be a good thing for our street to have a through street. I like that our our Westmore Downs is one way in, one way out, like everybody else has said. So I just wanted to raise my voice and say that I was also opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Teeters. Susan Teeters. Okay, we'll go on to Jennifer Fisher. Jennifer Fisher.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name's Jennifer Fisher. I am at 2615 North 107th Street. That is Prairie Country, which is right, what I would call behind, right west of Westmore Downs. And I'm right off of Georgia. And I too oppose this type of development. For all the reasons listed, we have concerns obviously with traffic and with the size, the schools. I have been in touch with KDOT and gotten some information as late as Friday that they had not heard from anybody from Wyandotte County addressing their concerns with the 104th and Parallel intersection. That was an email I got from Ryan on Friday. He indicated that he had not heard from Wyandotte County and had not heard from the developer as well. One of the other concerns that I have is Georgia. I've lived in my house for 25 years, and the flooding under Georgia at 435 has been in existence for 25 years and it's never been fixed. And we're talking about putting a development like this right where Georgia floods, and there's no plan for expansion. I don't see any plan for improvement of Georgia, and we're sticking a retention pond right where Georgia floods. That's a huge concern of mine. Sustainability, I don't see this as a sustainable development. Is that the rents that they're going to be asking, 900 to, what did he say,
2,700, I believe.
2,700. The types of jobs that are getting developed in Wyandotte County are not going to sustain this kind of development. We already see it with the developments across from Aldi's. We see it with other apartment developments. They're becoming more and more, there's more and more problems. The police spend more and more time there, stretching police, fire, EMTs, stretching all of our resources thin. So, and again, I'll say, along with everybody else, the Piper School District is already full. We've got a bond issue we just passed. The schools are already full with the bond issue. So again, you know, it's a lot of what everybody else has said, but I will reiterate, I am vehemently opposed to this type of development. Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Martin Trujillo. Martin.
Yeah, my name is Martin Trujillo. I live on 10533 Haskell Avenue, which is actually on the Westmore Downs subdivision. Pretty much I share the same feeling. I am against it. I speak similar to my neighbors here. While most of the items have already been addressed, there's a couple that I kind of want to highlight. The safety without opening the street, the Haskell Avenue, to the new development. We already have a high number of vehicles coming through this street, even there is a dead end with actually one of our a pet run over a couple of years ago. The other one is we talk about the overcrowding of schools. That has been brought up. The one thing that I do want to say is when my family moved here 6 years ago, we moved here because the school was one of the top schools in the metro. Since then, due to the overcrowding, understaff, and everything that has been brought up, that is already going down when it comes to the rating of the school when it goes against other schools around here. The other one that I want to bring up is as Erica mentioned, this is a one-way community, and that's something that we actually quite enjoyed much, and that will change definitely. And I believe it was Jim that mentioned that underground stream due to the drainage in Haskell Avenue. We already had a small sinkhole a couple of years ago that was reported. It was resolved, but the sinkhole is back and still needs to be taken care of. So those are pretty much, I believe all of them were reported, but I agree with my neighbors here that I oppose to what is being done because nothing is being addressed to resolve our concerns.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Next, we'll go to John Burrell. John Burrell.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, I share the same concerns. My wife had spoken a few times back. We moved into this neighborhood about a year ago. We live right where you come into the neighborhood. There's one way in. It comes in off of Georgia Avenue. As been mentioned, Georgia Avenue is a mess. The road is constantly full of potholes. It's on a hill. I walk my dog and we go for walks and we have to cross the street to get over to the walking path there. There's so many hills around there that driving, I've almost been hit. The speed along there is about 30 miles an hour, but people drive at about 40 or 50 for the most part. My biggest issue with this development is safety, like everybody else says. Where we live we're on Roland Avenue, but we live on 106th Street, which is the main street that goes from Georgia Avenue back to the back of the neighborhood. All the traffic comes past my house. At the top of our house, right where 106 hits Georgia Avenue, is where all the parents park with their children waiting for school buses. And I see cars flying past there all the time just from our neighborhood, which is sad to say, but I can imagine what's going to happen when this is opened up to, I mean, how many units was it? I mean, a lot of units, 343 or whatever it was. I mean, our neighborhood cannot handle the traffic. Georgia cannot handle the traffic. When Georgia goes west and runs into Hutton Road, there's no traffic light there. You can't get out at rush hour. How's it going to be when we add all of this in? And the last thing, which has already been mentioned, is the flooding that goes on right where this complex is going. We have a nice walk path there and it's always flooded. It's even dangerous at times. And so those are my concerns. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next up is B. Waters. B. Waters. Again, I have down traffic, drainage, compatibility with the neighborhood, overcrowding of schools, Georgia Avenue, the water drainage, and traffic along Georgia as well as the neighboring neighborhoods. So again, if you just want to give us your name and address and say you concur with your neighbors, that's fine too. We'll record those as your opposition. Thank you. B. Waters.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm technically challenged here.
That's okay.
I'm going to keep mine short. I agree with everything everyone says. My name is Brenda, Brenda Waters, Waters. I live at 10602 Roland, and I live at the very entrance of Westmore Dam. So I agree with the school issues, safety, traffic, and all those issues everyone has spoke on. But I'm going to go a step further.
Okay.
With all this rental property. And I'll just give you a little bit of my background. I spent 40 years working for the Department of Housing and Development in multifamily housing. I've heard many a developer give a spiel, pie in the sky of what they're going to do, what they're going to build, and how it's going to be wonderful for everybody, and on and on and on. I'm looking at the number of units they're talking about, and I can tell you it's not going to be a good thing, because I can tell you they're not going to be able to get these rents. I don't care what they say. And it's a good possibility that what they will do is enter into contracts with other agencies to rent out to maybe prisoners who are getting out of prison, to Wyandotte County, to Wyandotte Mental Health, to house those individuals. And everyone needs housing, don't get me wrong. But I wanted to put that out there so people understand. If these people cannot rent up these units, they're going to do whatever they have to rent these units up. So people truly, truly need to understand there's a development right here in Wyandotte County where a developer has, a management company has already entered into a contract with Wyandotte Mental Health. And it's a senior high rise. And those seniors are terrified because they have all these people in there that have mental health issues. And people with mental health issues do need somewhere to live, but you can't force them to take medicine. So I wanted to bring that up. So it's not that I'm against poor people or against people who need housing, but we need to understand what will happen if this owner, developer, manager cannot rent up these units. This is money for them. This is all about money. So we need to understand that. And I pray that our leaders will not approve this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next up, Dana Bai. Dana Bai.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
My name is Dana Bai. I live 10708 Augusta Drive. So I am west or north and a little bit west of this development. I would just like to echo all of the concerns already stated, and you can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Tina Bridge. Tina Bridge.
Yes, this is Christina Bridge. I live at 10530 Roland Avenue in the Westmore Downs subdivision. I'm a lifelong Wyandotte County resident. My family has lived in this neighborhood for 19 years, echoing all the statements from my wonderful neighbors. I have flooding in my backyard every time it rains heavily from the drainage issues on Georgia. I also wanted to add in the piece about traffic on Hutton Road. At the end of Georgia, where it intersects Hutton Road, you have a yellow flashing caution light. If you ever try to get out going left on Hutton from Georgia in the morning, or try to turn onto Georgia going south on Hutton in the afternoon, you know that Hutton can really not absorb all the traffic as there is right now, and certainly wouldn't be able to do that if this development went in. I also wanted to add that as a lifelong Wyandotte County resident, I've seen lots of different proposals go in over the years. Schlitterbahn, had a great proposal, and there were going to be hotels and restaurants and all these kinds of things. And we certainly never got anything near to that. And I would echo what Ms. Waters previously said, and others have said about these rents. $900 to $2,700 a month is a vast difference in rents. And if the apartments across from Aldi can not only be up to about half occupancy, it'd be very doubtful that this complex could maintain occupancy as well. Not in this area. It's not a good fit for this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Park Hill. Amanda Park Hill.
Hi, Amanda and James Parkhill are here. We are at 2227 North 104th Terrace. We're fairly new homeowners in this neighborhood, and we found out 2 months into our home ownership that this was an issue. Needless to say, we are shocked, and I am 100% behind everyone who is opposed, especially with this. I came late to the meeting tonight, but I understand now that Haskell is now up for possible run through, which is currently not really an existing street on our dead end road, which is also only accessed by a left-hand turn with no intersection sign coming off of an exit from 435. In case anyone hasn't already said that, I understand traffic has already been brought up. Living right here facing 435, I cannot even fathom 330 apartments, not to mention the road that might be within 5 to 10 feet of our backyard. I mean, I understand coyotes, fox, and everything else are an issue, but those are wildlife that live here. This is a quiet neighborhood, and having that kind of traffic coming down 104th Terrace, North 104th Terrace, it's unthinkable. And especially with the already existing, Westmore Downs and Georgia, I can't even imagine how this could possibly work.
And you're opposed for all of the same reasons
I
that
am
the neighbors
opposed
that have been previously stated.
100% for all the reasons that everyone has
Okay,
stated.
anything else you'd like to add that's
Oh,
different?
And the fight that it already takes to get off on Parallel. There's not even an intersection sign, so maybe I need to put in a petition for that, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, we've got traffic, drainage, compatibility with the neighboring neighborhoods, schools, Georgia Avenue water drainage, and the traffic on Georgia amongst the other traffic concerns over on Parallel. Anything else? Just if you want to agree with those, or if you have anything additional to add, go ahead and tell me. Otherwise, you can just say, again, you agree with all the concerns that have been previously stated, and we will count you as being opposed to the project. We'll go on to Heather Smith. Heather Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Heather Smith. I am at 10528 Cleveland Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas, and I'm part of the Westmore Downs neighborhood as well. And I am opposed for all of the reasons that have already been stated. Mama.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Andrea Morales.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Andrea Morales at 10612 Haskell Avenue in Westmore Downs, and am opposed for all of the statements that have already been expressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Laura Jennings. Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Laura Jennings. I live at 10605 Cleveland Avenue in the Westmore Downs subdivision. I agree with all of the statements, and I am opposed to the development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one named just Jane. Jane. Speaker's name is only listed as Jane. Okay, I'm going to move on. Christine Miller. Christine Miller. Christine Miller. Okay, and our final speaker will be Trujillo, Trugillo, Trujillo. Okay. Trujillo, are you available? Can you hear us? Okay, that appears to conclude our speaker list. So I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to now go back to our applicant. Sorry, let me find my place here. Mr. Calvert, I need you to raise your hand because I'm not finding you on my screen. There we go. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Calvert, I just need you to address some of the concerns of the neighborhood. Maybe if you could start off by, have you had a traffic study done?
Yes, we have. Rudy Beasy is going to take a shot at responding to some of these for us. If you could unmute him for me, our attorney.
Rudy B. I've got that one. There you go, Mr. Beasy. Mr. Beasy. Mr. Beasy is unmuted. Mr. Calvert, for some reason we can't hear him. You may have to.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes, we've had a traffic study done. We've also done 2 additional concentrated studies at the request of the county engineer that have both been submitted to him and the staff for their review. KDOT reviewed this initial project back in January and did not have any concerns about it. They did not present any comments to us. We went back to them to talk about traffic slowing methods to get the ramp slowed coming off of 435. And that's when county engineer suggested we doing some additional studies to see how we could do that. And we've got several options working to accomplish that.
Okay, what about drainage and how are you planning on handling the runoff, and speak to the detention area and the maintenance of that detention area?
Sure. The detention area is a large pond water feature that we plan to maintain. We've got trails going around it. We've got a water feature in it. We've got rock lined banks. So, I mean, it's a feature that we want. We've got our picnic pavilion right there by it. And it's designed to capture all the runoff that comes off of this property and meter it into the existing streamway. Now, the drainage, I think the flooding that people are talking about is under 435. And it's basically a KDOT issue that's been there for decades. And our development won't make that worse, and it won't fix that.
Okay. In looking at your drawing, and this is going to go to the drainage issue, it looks like the way the drawing is showing that it's getting closer and closer to the sidewalks and closer to Georgia Avenue as it proceeds east. How does that affect the sidewalks and the current drainage issue and everything that's currently existing at that location? Because as it goes further east, the drainage gets worse and worse.
Well, we're prepared to improve that area along Georgia. But our development won't make that any worse going down the hill towards 435. Is that what you're asking?
I guess, but what's the plans for improvement?
Well, Georgia Avenue needs major improvements, and we've been in contact with the staff and the county engineer about when that's going to happen, and that's still being discussed and still being negotiated. But I mean, we'll be willing to participate in improving our frontage when that time comes. But it really needs to be an entire rebuild of Georgia at some point to solve all these problems.
Okay, thank you. Any other clarifications needed by the commission before I go to Director Hand? Okay, Commissioner Strauss.
Sorry for the echo in advance.
I guess my one question is, why did they choose to go through Haskell instead of making another exit on Georgia? If that's a one-way in, one-way out, isn't the traffic still going to funnel right to Georgia if that's the only way out of that subdivision anyway? If you're cutting through Haskell, why not just take that street and have two exits on Georgia instead of running traffic through that neighborhood?
Thank you. Mr. Calvert, can you answer that, or was that a UG design request?
Well, it was a UG design request. We had initially tried to design this development without tying on to any of the neighborhood streets. Once we submitted plans for approval, the staff told us that we needed to tie into the existing neighborhood street structure. And so we redesigned our streets to accommodate that. We have tried to do it in a fashion that it's not going to allow a lot of direct traffic through, and we're open to, any kind of one-way areas that might slow traffic to those connections, but it's kind of, a community-wide challenge to solve that. We're trying to make sure we meet staff requirements and provide good safety for fire and police, but it also creates a challenge tying into existing streets.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission before we go to Director Hand?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Beth has a question.
Yes, Commissioner Beth.
Yeah, I had a question about the retention pond. I actually went out there and walked that property. Where the retention pond is actually where the drain is that goes under Georgia on the property. That's about, I don't know how many feet, 7 foot below Georgia. I'm just wondering how the retention pond is going to hold water and where it's going to go.
Yeah, it will hold water during storm issues, and then it'll meter it off slowly into the streamway to the north.
Under Georgia to the other property on the north side of Georgia?
Correct, and follow that streamway to the north.
Because there's a creek that runs down there. I went down there and tried to measure the drain pipe during the rain, and it was so full I couldn't see the bottom of the pipe where it runs under Georgia. And that's actually on the property, isn't that right? It's not under 435, it's actually on your property?
The detention pond is on our property, yes.
And the drain underneath the Georgia is actually coincides with the retention pond?
Well, that's what we'll eventually tie into, yes. We'll have a pipe coming out of our pond that will tie into that pipe that crosses Georgia.
And I had another question. There was traffic studies. Did you do a study on the occupancy of Piper High School or Piper School District to see how many students they can accept, since we just had to have a special election for raising money because they were overcrowded?
No, we have not.
Is there a study done to see how many students may be infused into the Piper School District?
We've not done that study.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else before we go to Director Hand?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead,
Really,
please.
2 questions. I'll help answer Commissioner Beth's first, and then I'll go backwards.
All right, thank you.
We work, I think, annually with the Piper School District and other school districts to count projects and approve projects so that they can appropriately plan. The truth of the matter here, everybody, is that the state of Kansas does not allow impact fees, and therefore we have a hard time paying for these types of investments. Now, while a project like this may incur additional use of said existing investments, and they certainly have a role to play in their development, as the developer noted, there is no nexus, and the UG would never require them to do wholesale revisions of infrastructure as needed currently in Piper. So there's a bigger issue at play there. And then secondly, it is in the subdivision ordinance that when there are stubs at Haskell and at 104th in this instance, subdivision ordinance requires us to reconnect those. It's not a perfect grid system, but when you have whole subdivisions that have one way in and one way out, of course, everybody is going to drive to that collector or arterial street, and that is where all your traffic would be. With this interconnectedness, it does disperse traffic a little bit. Yes, that does mean people can drive through your neighborhood where they currently can't from Haskell or 104th. So to answer those questions in a little more detail.
Thank you.
I've got a
Hey.
question.
Commissioner Ward?
Yep. Quick question again, just go back to the retention pond again. Is that, I know the developer said they would be maintained. Is that under like, would it be under a maintenance agreement? And then what happens if they don't hold up their end of the bargain to maintain that detention pond?
I think staff will take that one. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. It is the requirement of this developer and all developers to maintain their detention ponds. Unified government, again, because we tried to do as much as we can on site, follows the low impact design guidelines. Those are engineering guidelines for detention, for stormwater maintenance. Again, it's to retain and detain stormwater on site before you're releasing it out into the public infrastructure. So this development does meet that code. In the last year, staff, county engineer has hired staff to oversee, administer, and enforce specifically detention ponds across all of the unified government. I will note for the first time ever. So that's why we've had problems in the past with most detention and retention ponds in subdivisions.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we go backwards to Director Hand and get his comments on this case? All right, Director Hand, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this change of zone 2022-013 is being heard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2022-009. We have before us 10 single-family lots, 29 duplexes, and 10 multifamily apartment buildings. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan. We've received no letters of support. We have received letters in opposition in addition to the testimony this evening. There's no notices of violation for this property. Again, staff does have quite a bit of an issue as it relates to access to parallel and its coordination with KDOT. You cannot have an access to a development like this attaching to an existing residential street. It has to attach to either a collector or access to a collector or an arterial. We've written a condition of approval that in the final development plan that this will either be this will be sought out by and discussed and figured out with KDOT. In contrast to what we heard in some of the public testimony, we have been in constant contact with the Kansas Department of Transportation, specifically our county engineer and their local district engineer. Additionally, an application for a plat needs to be filed. In addition to this, we do have 3 different rezones, an R1 for the single fam, an RP2 for the duplexes, and RP5 for the apartment complex. We expect a subdivision plat in accordance with those differences as well. I've already mentioned why we connected to Haskell and 104th, so I'll skip that. We are asking that it meets the multifamily design guidelines. Staff does have additional comments we'd like to take to final development plan as it relates to those guidelines. Although I will note that the applicant has made significant changes and improvements from their initial proposal for this project. With that, staff recommends approval.
Okay, questions for staff? Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, Mr. Hand, is that traffic study report in our report that we received?
We don't typically include traffic studies in your staff reports. We do have it if you'd like to see it.
Can you get it to me? How quick?
I believe Mr. Toy might have access to it. So we can get it to you as soon as possible.
All right, because I mean, it's been a lot of mention about the traffic and the there's a traffic study, so I would like to see that if Troy can do that for me. Thanks.
Yes, of course, we can send that. And if anybody in the public had requested it and hadn't received it, we can get it to them as well. I'll give you my card at the end of the meeting, so I can send it to you directly. A member in the council or chamber, excuse me.
Barring the fact that we don't have it right now before we're going to be scheduled to cast a vote, what can you give us any indications on the traffic study? That
traffic study was conducted. Again, we do not have a traffic engineer at this time at the unified government, so we've been using a third party consultant to review all of our traffic analyses. They did their analysis like any traffic consultant for the UG would have done. We did ask for additional information, which the applicant noted to add on to that traffic study, received that information back. That was reviewed by the county engineer and our third party. And again, at the end of the day, what they found was big issue on Parallel Parkway. Got to figure out how to make that connection, not on 104th, but elsewhere, but that the traffic generated from these uses would not impact either Parallel Parkway or Georgia. That does not mean there won't be more traffic. That means the roads are still built to handle that traffic in our assessment.
Okay, anything else?
Commissioner Ward, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Director Hand, point number 2, and the factors to be considered in our paperwork here, it says the zoning uses of properties nearby and the proposed uses expected compatibility with them. One thing underlined here, it says high density development such as this should occur at major intersections along transit corridors. What we're talking about here, does that meet what you guys have said in that?
I'll take 2 things to that. One, there's a transit stop at the Walmart Center adjacent to this. So you'd have to walk to it, but it's technically within walking distance within the walking shed of this development. So it does meet that note. 2, higher density residential development or commercial development, which was withdrawn previously due to public opposition and I think other opposition, but does serve as a buffer from a freeway to other additional uses. So there's that. And then thirdly, I would say the master plan amendment, effectively, we do this often for multifamily developments, pulls them essentially out of the Prairie Delaware Piper master plan because they're seeking medium density residential. Technically, this is a mixed residential development. It's got single family duplexes and multifamily, which is what the underlying land use currently is mixed residential. So they're doing essentially what was envisioned for this property. It didn't just have the numbers of single family units, didn't have the right number of mix of those 3 typologies to meet the current mixed residential category. So we had to revert to medium density to cover everything.
Okay, thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones.
So Director Hand, we heard concerns from neighbors that expressed the concern about the cul-de-sac being done away with and then that being a through street. Is there not any protection from that, or was there some plan previously always for that to be something other than a cul-de-sac?
Well, just for clarity, Commissioner Jones, that was never a cul-de-sac. That is a dead end or a kind of a stub, if I'm not mistaken, Director Hand.
That's correct. Both Haskell and 104th are what's called stubs. They just sort of end. They end like that because they're meant to one day be connected. So the subdivision ordinance is both for instances like this where a new development sort of fills in vacant or underutilized parcel, rural parcel. Also, that same subdivision ordinance required a street like Haskell to not be a cul-de-sac like the rest of it, because one day they wanted to see an exit out of it other than the one way in, the one way out, which in and of itself is the danger.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Director Hand? If none, I will stand for a motion when ready. And I actually will need 2 motions. The first one will be on the master plan amendment. And then we need a second one for the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to deny the petitioner's request based on incompatibility with the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan.
A motion made for denial by Commissioner Jones. The reason stated by the maker. Commissioner Pauly, is that a second?
It is.
Any discussion on the motion for denial?
Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I'd like to ask legal if we're technically proposing to pull it out of the Prairie Dairy master plan, do we need additional reasons for denial?
Yeah, Commissioner, would you be able to further explain a little bit, since staff did make a recommendation of approval, could you go into a little bit more detail on the reason for denial, why it's incompatible?
Yes. Detrimental impact related to, I'm here, there are major things related to infrastructure, safety, the schools. I'm not sure on the traffic. It just seems like to some degree we're putting the cart before the horse a little bit. I just hear incompatibility and detrimental issues all over the place on multiple fronts.
Okay.
Were
Thank
those
you.
examples that I gave good enough?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion on the motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call, please.
This is on the master plan amendment.
That is
Conley?
correct.
Is this on the master plan amendment you said?
That is
Yes,
correct.
sir.
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of the master plan amendment for the reasons stated passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Okay, well, I need a motion on the change of zone.
Motion to deny the petitioner's request for change of zones, again, related to similar reasons on neighborhood incompatibility and overall detrimental impact related to safety, schools, traffic.
Motion again made for denial by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of the change of zone passes 9 in favor and none opposed for the reasons stated.
This will be heard once again on June 30th before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and your comments tonight.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 applications that we're going to hear together and then we'll vote on them in the order that I'm calling them. Change of zone application COZ 2022-017, Callie McLaughlin with City Beautiful Enterprise LLC. Change of zone from RP5 Planned Apartment District to AG Agriculture District to construct a single-family residence with urban farming at 3015 and 3020 Baltimore Street. Special use permit application SP 2022-045, home occupation special use permit to sell produce and farm goods grown on the property at the same address, and plat 2022-011, preliminary plat for 2 single-family lots at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owners, and the testimony and PowerPoint shown at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ms. McLaughlin?
Good evening. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were still unmuted. There you go. Go ahead.
There you go. All right, and I'm going to share my screen. One moment, please. All right, are you able to see my screen at this time?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, let me try one more time. There we go. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Once again, this is the same presentation as before, so I will try to be a little bit more short with this one. I'm
Kelly,
requesting a change of zone
Kelly,
for agriculture.
I need you to give me your name and address for the record, please.
Oh, apologize. Callie McLaughlin, 4000 Denton Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64133. And again, just as my ask is earlier, I'm requesting a change of zone with a replat and also for a special use permit. A change of zone is being requested to agriculture. Currently, it is RP5 for a plain apartment district. I believe that was done with the urban renewal because this was a vacant property for so long. However, I'm requesting for the agricultural rezone so I can utilize it for agricultural reasons, and that includes not requesting several variances that I would need for multiple accessory structures required to care for the land and for the animals on the property, such as customary small animals like chickens and whatnot. There's also going to be some tree management that I will need to, and some shade structures and a few other. There's quite a large list, and I believe it would be 11 accessory structures in total, if I remember the count correctly. I would need to double check my own records for that. But additionally, the agricultural use will allow me to apply for some certain grants, which will help with land management, which will assist with some business things regarding produce development, which is going to be needed to help further on some of these developments and some of the soil mitigation issues, some of the erosion control issues, and some of the tree line management. Additionally, it does allow me to qualify for an agritourism exemption. I do not intend to apply for this right away, but effectively what it would mean is once this project is up and running and everything's more cleaned up and cared for, if I were to allow educational groups onto the property to see the farm, or maybe it's a school or just general tourism, people wanting to come, they would be able to do so, and I would be allowed some liability protections as well as get some additional grant funding and scholarships associated with those projects. The replot is associated with combining the two parcels as well as the vacation here down the center. This used to be Baltimore, and it was kind of just a rough road, a dirt road, I believe, when the gentleman that lived right here had it onto his property. Again, it is completely eroded away, but it still remains a public right-of-way. There are some street lights right in the middle here that the city has access to still, and will remain having the ability to have access to them, even though the right-of-way is vacated. We call that the right to re-enter will be preserved. I know there were some questions about the streetlights, and I believe that they were installed because of previous dumping and people trying to hide and camp out back here. So having those was part of that, and to encourage some infrastructure. I have reached out to BPU as far as the condition of these lights, as they are in need of some dire repair. They are falling over and sinking into the ground as part of the erosion issue. So I am currently working with BPU to mitigate some of those issues, but they may stay where they are. And then a special use permit is to accommodate some of the business operation that will undergo on the property. I do wish to incorporate as much uses as I can in order to fund the rest of the cleanup on the property. And that might be selling produce, either on the property by virtual sales, whether I ship it with a CSA box in collaboration with other people in town and farmers markets. We only have one really official farmers market, and so if I don't have enough volume for that and I want to sell something more individually, or if I want to produce canned goods, I technically am considered manufacturing. So I would need a special use permit for the industrial and commercial activity on a property where that is not normally included in the way our agricultural zoning laws are written. So the special use permit is to incorporate the commercial and industrial activity on the property, whether it's virtual or not, and that is a little bit more into the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of this application, please raise your hand or come to the mic. Director Hand, how are we looking?
There's nobody in the commission hearing for this
Okay.
agenda item.
All right, thank you. Anyone online? Anyone opposed? Come to the mic or raise your hand.
No one in the commission, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, changes zone 2022-017 is being heard in conjunction with Plat 2022-011 and special use permit SP 2022-045. BOZA 2022-025 was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. We have a change of zone from RP5 to AG for agricultural purposes and for the applicant to live on the site, a replat of 2 parcels and some right of way and some utility easements into 1. And the special use permit to do both canning, sales, and homesteading agritourism on the site. Again, to make the disclosure announcement, Ms. McLaughlin is an employee of the Planning and Urban Design Department. This case and all conversations related to it were done without Ms. McLaughlin present. In order to avoid a conflict of interest. This is in the Northeast Area Master Plan. It's in the Parkwood Historic District. It does have a conservation plan. The applicant did mention enhanced landscaping and screening, the maintenance of tree stands to shield the adjacent neighbors from the proposed use. Again, this property, this house, when proposed for development, will need to receive a certificate of appropriateness before a building permit is pulled through the landmarks approval, landmarks commission. Staff recommends approval of all entitlements.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones?
Can I make a motion for all 3, or do we have to do them separately?
Separate.
I'm going to need a change of zone first.
Okay, so motion to approve change of zone case number 2022-017, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. So second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Motion for approval made for the change of zone. Any discussion? My motion was for approval. I'm sorry if I didn't state that. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone subject to the conditions in the staff report passes. 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And now I will need one on the plat.
Could we take the special use permit, please?
I'm sorry, special use permit. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve special use permit case number 2022-045, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of special use permit subject to the conditions in the staff report passes. 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And the last one would be on the plat, correct, Janet?
That is correct.
Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve plat case number 2022-011, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Muller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Chairman, that motion to approve the plat passed subject to the conditions passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. All these will be heard again on June, I'm sorry, I lost my page.
30th.
Thank you, June 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 3 applications we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Change of zone application COZ 2022-018, Andrea Wishaw with Atlas Surveyors. Change of zone from AG Agriculture Wyco District to AG Agriculture City District to subdivide the lot at 3430 North 115th Street. And change of zone application COZ 2022-019, change of zone from AG Agriculture Wyco District to AG Agriculture City District to subdivide the lot at 3548 North 115th Street. And plat 2022-012, final plat for 2 residential lots called SAS Addition at 3430 and 3548 North 115th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this case?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Wishoff, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about these 2 parcels and what you'd like to do here.
Name's Andrea Wishup. I'm representing John Sash and Judith Tramposh. Address is 2300 Hutton Road, Kansas City, Kansas. Our client, Mr. Sass, is looking to sell a portion of his property to his neighbor, Ms. Tramposh. And in order for us to do that, we need to rezone to update the current zoning to the updated standards, which is Ag Wyco to changing it to just Ag to update it, and then also to replat the property. That's it.
Okay. Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of this project? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone. This is in favor. Mr. Evans, Mark Evans.
My name is Mark Evans, and my wife Nancy and I live at 3515 North 115th Street, right across the road from the property to be rezoned. We support this zoning change 100%. The team at Cobalt Stables and John Sass are fine neighbors. We hope to see more young Morgan horses in the future. We hope you vote to rezone this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Anyone else want to speak in favor of this project? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone. How are we looking in the commission chambers, Director Hand?
There's nobody in favor or against in the chamber,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone against, please come to the mic or raise your hand online. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments on both cases.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, both rezonings 2022-018 and 019 are being heard in conjunction with Plat 2022-012. Essentially, what we're doing here is one person's buying more property from the other, and they need to replat the property. And as they do that, they are pulling themselves out of Ag YCO, again, the leftover zoning from before unification, going to the just regular Ag zone district. Not too much change there at all. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan. We've received no letters of support, no opposition, no notices of violation. We do have one condition of approval. On a site visit, we did notice that some of the gravel from the stable was tracking into the public right-of-way. We'd asked for some mitigation measure to prevent that tracking of gravel in the future. Staff recommends approval of all three. And yes, we will need 3 separate votes.
We'll need 2 change of zones and 1 plat. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion on case change of zone 2022-018 for change of zone 2022-018 for the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone 2022-018, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It's a second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Commissioner Pauly, is that discussion? Nope. I think you and I are both trying to lower your hand at the same time. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Moeller?
Commissioner Moeller,
I don't see him online anymore. I wonder if he,
I'm sorry,
There
my
he is.
thing's freaking out. Yes, aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone COZ 2022-018, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
okay, I'll now entertain a motion for the change of zone on case number COZ 2022-019. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve said case, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones for the change of zone. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone COZ 2022-019, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And finally, on the plat. Commissioner Jones. I'm sorry, you're muted, Commissioner Jones. Don't know if I did that or you did.
Oh, my apologies. Motion to approve plat case number 2022-012, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones on the plat. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve plat 2022-012, subject to the conditions, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. These cases will all be heard once again on June 30th before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, that now takes us to our special use permits. Special use permit application SP 2022-017, renewal of a home occupation special use permit, SP-2016-85, which expired 12/1/2021 for a beauty salon at 5044 Powell Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barajas, are you in the audience?
Ms. Barajas is in the chamber.
Great, thank you. Please give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do.
My name is Jorge Barajas, speaking on behalf of my mom, Alma Barajas. She's cut hair as a hobby, and we're wanting to renew this special permit so that she could do so. She's a full-time mom, but we have a lot of family members that come to the house who do their hair. Like I said, just want to renew it, do it properly.
Okay, we appreciate that. Any questions for the applicant, Commissioner Connolly?
Yeah, I guess he's speaking on behalf of his mother. Yeah, the special use permit that you had before had expired. Is it anything that you can, stipulations or something that you could put in place to where it doesn't go this long before she renews it?
Absolutely. I'll take full responsibility for that. I've always been one to help her out when it comes to interpretation and emails of sort, and I've been great about it for the past 10 years, and I completely missed it. And as soon as we found out and saw the emails, I made sure to go ahead and take care of it as soon as I could.
So what, you got a plan in place to prevent it from happening again?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, do you have a plan in place to prevent it from happening again?
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure that I check your emails a lot more often. Yeah, guaranteeing that.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
There's nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair, for or against, other than Ms. Barajas's family.
Okay, and
So I
seeing
assume
nothing,
is for.
I assume so. Seeing nothing online, I will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is the third renewal, fourth approval for this special use permit, home occupation. Again, Ms. Barajas has a home occupation hair salon. This is in the citywide master plan in the Turner area. We received no letters of support, no opposition. There's some old noise violations on the property, but they're really old. So we don't believe they pertain to this project at all. Ms. Barajas says she'll maintain at least only 2 people at a time at most. It also says a condition of approval that it'll close no later than 6 p.m. As a clarification for both of those existing conditions, staff would like to amend them to say that all parking for customers has to be off-street in their driveway, as well as adding a start time to that closing time. So we'd like the hours of operation to read 10 to 6 p.m., which we confirmed with Ms. Barajas this morning. With those 2 small changes, staff recommends approval for 10 years. The last approval was also for 10 years, which I can only imagine is one of the reasons why they may have missed for last year.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Commissioner Muller, is that a question or a motion?
Make a motion to approve with staff stipulations.
Okay, motion has been made for approval. Is there a second, Commissioner Jones?
That's the second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-017 for 10 years, subject to the revised staff conditions, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This case will be heard once again on June 28th before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have two applications we're going to hear together. They are on the same property, but it's two different uses and two different applicants. Special use permit application SP 2022-041, Elite Motors Group, KC. Special use permit for auto sales at 2205 South 88th Street. Special use permit application SP 2022-047, City Truck and Tire Repair. Special use permit for auto repair at 2205 South 88th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for these cases: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on either of these applications?
No.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is it Harriet Singh? I've got you queued up to speak. Are you going to speak on behalf of both cases?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
So my name is Harjot Singh. The address is 2205 South 88th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66111. And we are submitting these two applications, the SP 2022041 and SP 2022047. One's going to be under Elite Motor Group, which is going to be a solely just car dealership business that we're trying to open up. We're not going to have more than 2 or 3 cars at a time at all times throughout the month. I spoke with everyone. I spoke with, I believe it was Callie, her name, Callie McLaughlin.
Yes.
And she gave me a list of questions to answer before, prior to this meeting, and then last month as well. I've been working with her for about 2 months. So one of the main things was just like the flood zone situation. So the base flood elevation is 765.8, and then the building is that's 767.55. So we're actually 1.75 feet above like the flood zone, is what our engineer had come across with us and gave us. And then there was other questions about the UST tank and the DEF tank, and those are there used to be a UST tank, but prior to us moving in, the the landlord had removed the UST tank, and we have a tank outside of the building that gets cleared out once a week. That was going to be our plan for the trucking repair shop for City Truck and Tire Repair. And then that's about all I have to share so far.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? So you're going to do auto sales and auto repair.
Yeah, it was going to be commercial vehicle repairs, so just like semi-truck repairs. That was going to be under the City Truck and Tire.
And what about auto sales and commercial truck repair?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand or come to the mic.
There's nobody in the chamber, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
I'm not seeing anyone online, so we're going to close the public portion of the meeting. We're going to go to you, Director Hand, for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we're hearing both special use permit 2022-041 and 2022-047 together. This is the same property, same building, 2 tenants co-locating in the same facility for 2 separate businesses, each require their own separate special use permit. Again, one's an auto dealership, one's a commercial repair shop. This is in the citywide master plan area, kind of in the Riverview neighborhood. We've received no letters of support, no opposition, no notices of violation. Again, this is in the floodplain, but basically everything south of Cod Drive is in the floodplain. Excuse me. We do, this project, these projects do need to comply with the commercial design guidelines, even though they're in an industrial district. We note certain things included in those commercial design guidelines as conditions of approval, like restriping the parking lot, doing some other improvements to their property, enhanced landscaping, fixing some of the curbs and gutter issues we've noticed on our site visits. Staff would like by motion or to amend our staff report to add a condition that says that it needs to meet the commercial design guidelines and all of the things that are required by this type of special use permit use in the code ordinances. We forgot to add that standard condition accordingly. So if we could add it here, that'd be much appreciated. While the specific conditions named in the staff report address some, they did not address all, and we can pick those up at a later date, either at a later date moving forward with the applicant, building permit, and so on and so forth. Staff recommends approval of both for 2 years. Sorry.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. We'll need two, both for special use permits, starting with 2022-041. Mr. Jones?
Motion to approve said case, subject to staff stipulations and comments, inclusive of the one Director Hand mentioned about the addition of conditions regarding commercial design guidelines and other applicable code of ordinance provisions.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones with the added stipulations for case number 2022-041. Is that a second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-041, subject to the revised staff conditions, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion on case number SP 2022-047. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve said case, subject to staff stipulations and comments, again, inclusive of the additional conditions related to commercial design guidelines and other applicable code of ordinance provisions.
Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Jones with the added stipulations. Is that a second again, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Chairman.
That's all right. I'll answer to either.
It's getting late.
Any discussion on that motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-047, subject to the revised staff conditions, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. These cases will both be heard on June 28th before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SB 2022-048, Co-Part of Kansas Inc. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2020-024, which expires on July 30th, 2022, to continue to store boats, trailers, vehicles, construction equipment, and farm equipment for retail sales at 8440 Gibbs Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, is there someone here representing Copart? Is the applicant in the audience? There we go. I've got Beth Stevens raising their hand.
Ben Stevens of Copart. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead and give us your name, please, and your address. Mr. Stevens.
My name is Ben Stevens. I reside at 34485 East Hayden Lake Road, Hayden Lake, Idaho.
And go ahead and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Well, so I don't even know how this happened, but we are still currently trying to complete this project to be able to open up and run business. So the 2-year CUP is expiring. We haven't even opened doors yet. We called for a C of O a while ago to have it inspected and see that we, are built per this approved site plan. And I don't know how this happened, but lo and behold, after all this time and all this work, the approved site plan was varied from this CUP, and there was requirement for these columns on the fence every 32 feet on the north side of the property, along with landscaping. That was something that was I don't even want to say it was an oversight. It wasn't on the plans. And we are basically completely done with this project. Our fence is up, everything per plan. And we're faced with this, and we're really hoping that everyone can see with the pictures that were provided that this northern fence line has the railroad between us, and I think it was almost 100 yards distance, and it's through the trees. And for the hundreds of thousands it's going to take to do the columns, no one will ever see them. So those are the columns there that are along Gibbs Road. That is our true frontage road, and that was the south side of the property. Everything we've done everything to plan. These are very, very recent pictures. You can see that the curb sidewalk put in, and I'm just hoping that everyone can see this. I don't want to say common sense, but anyone that's driven by and driven down Caw Valley and you look over, you would never even see or notice these columns that we'll have to take this fence apart. And it's just a terrifying thought to have to do this when I really don't see any gain. And I still am baffled as to how we built on an approved site plan that wasn't correct, I guess.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions of the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in favor of this application, please raise your hand or come to the microphone.
Mr. Chair, there is nobody left at the chamber.
Okay, that'll take care of that. Anyone online opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah, get his comment on this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have an SUP renewal. This will be their first renewal, potentially second approval. It's in the citywide master plan in the Riverview area, just down the street from our last applicant. In fact, we received no letters of support, one letter in opposition. There is an outstanding building permit because they have not completed all of their conditions of approval related to the project. And because they are asking to change one of the conditions of approval, which you can do in SUP renewals from this planning commission. However, because they have not completed their project and not met all of their conditions of approval, staff recommends denial. We do believe there is a solution here this evening. We're happy to talk through that with the commission as necessary.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I will stand for a motion. I'm sorry, I want to go back to the applicant. Is there, Mr. Stevens, are you still with us?
Yes.
You've got building permits. Do you have projects in I guess in process in this location?
You know, I'm a little confused because we did get a building permit for our remodel, and I tried to get a C of O for that remodel, and I was told that it was a remodel. There are no C of Os. So we have completed that building. I don't know what's left undone on that.
Okay, but you're aware that there's still an open building permit and you're going to get that taken care of?
Well, I absolutely will. I was not aware of that. I thought we were closed out and completed, but whatever is outstanding, absolutely will get it addressed.
All right, thank you. Okay, at this time, yes, Director Hand.
Planning and Urban Design. They're all building permits, right? There's many different types. One of them is a site permit. That site permit has not been closed out. That site permit is what gets closed out when we make sure all the landscaping, sidewalks, and fences are complete. Because they are because of this case, that's why we're hanging on, and staff is recommending denial. If the Planning Commission wants to approve the project, which it did 2 years ago, you would effectively have to either delete or amend the condition of approval that we carried over from the previous to have those masonry columns on the north facade. If you did do that, staff would recommend perhaps some enhanced landscaping on the north facade in addition to what was already planned to make up for that buffering or visual impact, if you will. Otherwise, generally speaking, above and beyond this case, when special use permits are coming back for renewal and they haven't met all of their conditions of approval, staff is going to continue to recommend denial of those types of cases. So we're asking our applicants to do what they said they would do in the time they said they would do it. That's
Okay,
not
so
necessarily fingers at this applicant in particular.
All right, in the previous approval, they agreed to do what has yet to be done.
Correct.
In the event that this special use permit is turned down tonight, what's the road for the applicant to follow afterwards?
If you denied it tonight, they'd have to sit on it for a year and come back in a year and try to reopen it.
And that would be devastating. And I want to make sure that, I mean, everyone's aware there wasn't any ill intent or any like trying to pull anything over. We had an approved site plan that was, we built to the site plan. So there was just confusion or something somewhere that the approved site plan didn't reflect what the CUP called out. And so we were all blindsided by this when we called for the C of O. So I'm hoping to have a little bit of I don't know, understanding or to just know that there wasn't anything but us doing our very best to do exactly what the plan said.
Is there a way to bring it into compliance, Mr. Stevens?
Well, it would be take apart this fence on the back and dig, basically undo everything that was built and done and put these columns in. And, if I think it was Gunnar mentioned, if it's an enhanced landscape or, I'm at everyone's mercy here. So it is what it is. I just wanted to be, full disclosure here. And again, we built per our approved site plan and here we are, and it wasn't correct. And there's more on the site plan and I would love to have it amended and get the CUP as is. But if that's not acceptable with the board, then I'm here to do what's needed.
Okay, but you do understand that a lot of times we have, and I'm not saying this is your situation, but we have people that agree to do it according to the guidelines that we set forth and then don't do it. And then they come back and it's kind of, you created your own hardship, and then you all come back and you beg for forgiveness. And instead of doing what you agreed to do in the first place. So you understand, it puts us in a very difficult position of either shutting down your business. But, and again, I always struggle with it because I think I'm the one who's being made to feel bad, but yet I'm not the one who didn't comply with what I said I was going to do. So you understand the position this puts us in.
Absolutely, I do. And I guess, I don't know if I'm being articulate enough we were not aware that we weren't complying per the plan that we were working off of. So, I mean, here we are, and I'm totally at your mercy, and I hear you. I understand that part of it very well. So I'm hoping there's something we can do that makes it so we're not down another year, because we're very deep into this with time and money, and it's a bad situation for us.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Connolly, and then I'll go to Commissioner Moeller and Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, Gunnar, if we hold this over, how much time do you think we can give them to get these things done that needs to be done?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As I understand it with staff, the applicant wanted to come tonight and ask that the requirement to do the columns on the north wall be removed, because as they've noted, it'll cost an exorbitant amount of money to basically take that whole fence down and rebuild it, which is effectively what they'd have to do. Or amend it tonight and just do some enhanced landscaping, close it out. I think if the commission wanted to move forward with the route of amending condition number 1 to just go with some enhanced landscaping on the north side of the property, we could do 2 things. You could hold it over, but I would recommend that we just hold the ordinance publication if it passes the Board of Commissioners, which means they don't have that SUP until it's published in the newspaper. So we could hold that publication until they closed out their site permit, which would then include this condition of approval to just do some enhanced landscaping. So that would ensure that they complete the project before it goes into operation. I think that'd be the smoothest way, but it doesn't get to the original intent, which was to have those masonry columns on the north side. I'll point out what the applicant said again. On the north side, it does address a public right-of-way, which is required by code to have those masonry columns. This public right-of-way is a train track and then Caw Drive, about 100 feet away.
Yeah, I guess my issue is I'm with the chair. I mean, when we ask you to do something, we do expect that it gets done. And when you agree to it, it seems like it should be done. And I think what I hear the petitioner say is that he don't know why it wasn't done. And he said that they kind of stuck to a plan. I mean, I don't know if they stuck to the plan. I don't know why it wasn't done. So I don't know if we can make some type of an agreement that would they fulfill that. And I guess I have to ask the petitioner that. Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Commissioner Connolly.
Yeah, I mean, if we give you, I mean, because you sound like you're deep into this project, and I'm like the chair. When we ask people to do something, we expect for them to do it, and for whatever reason, it didn't get done, and it's very disappointing to us as commissioners on the planning and zoning that stuff doesn't get done, but we do want to give some type of empathy for as far as you are on that project. So now we have a couple of options. We can hold it over and you can complete what's required, or you can do what Mr. Gunner recommend and have it done in a certain amount of time. So what would be best for you?
Well, whatever's the enhanced landscape sounds like it could be done easier in a quicker timeline than what it will entail to do columns. So I would lean towards that. And and I don't know if you guys it wasn't a disregard for what the commission wanted. It was that our approved site plan didn't reflect those columns on the back. And so it was an oversight at some point, and we just worked off of our approved site plan. So again, it wasn't in any disregard. So it's a very unfortunate situation for us to be in. And I'm just hoping that we can work it out to whatever it takes so we can get beyond this and be open.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
So Gunner, do the columns need to be integral to the fence? In other words, if they were to put up columns in the appropriate locations where they didn't have to take down the fence, would that be acceptable? I mean, I'm just trying to think. I mean, I get everybody's side of the argument. You should do what we suggest you do and that you agree to do. But is there some way around all of this? In other words,
you're looking for a win-win.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah. Gunner?
Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I guess I'll start by reiterating, staff believes they should tear it down the wall and rebuild it. That's the only way to do it the right way. You could certainly create X number of columns every 32 feet adjacent to this, and from Caw Drive, you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference, to be honest with you. But then you'd be creating 32 new footings for just a freestanding, 8-foot masonry column, basically. So it's a little, I get it.
But does it achieve the same effect, and it's a cost benefit to
it's an aesthetics thing at the end of the day is what it is the masonry columns.
And can we achieve the aesthetics without removing the fence and everything else and achieve the same result?
You could. I think I would add that as a third option. I would argue, though, that the screening occurs right now with the current fence, right? Screens all the parts inside the property from everybody outside. You saw the picture, and I'll go back to it, of what it looks like with going down Gibbs Road and without to the right, page right of the project. So I would agree with Commissioner Mueller. I think I would add that as a third option. Rebuild the fence with the masonry columns, just do enhanced landscaping, or randomly put columns out there. I think it was one way to do it for sure.
I think that the grade falls off pretty good on it'd be very difficult to do those columns. I'm sitting in my office, obviously I'm not standing there looking, but I think there's a good amount of that it's steep on the backside of that fence that might not be realistic to do standalone columns. But do you have pictures on file? We sent the pictures from Caw Valley that shows what you're looking at. Are they with you guys?
I don't have access to them right now.
Commissioner Strauss, do you have a comment?
Yeah, and I apologize again for this technical. I'm sure I sound weird tonight, but I'm confused and not prolonging the evening on this particular situation. But from what it sounds to me, from deducing what the petitioner is saying, is he never knew he needed to put these columns in because whatever the plan was that was approved by somebody in the city did not have these columns there. And that's kind of what I'm hearing him say. So it's not that we ever asked him to do this particular thing on that site because somebody missed this or whatever. So I would suggest the enhanced landscaping would be the easiest option, since this probably was a failure on two sides of this build. Whoever approved the site plan in the first place, and then I guess maybe not going back and checking the code, which I don't know that the petitioner would ever do that after he's got an approved site plan from somebody in the city. So that would be my suggestion.
Gunnar, can you address the site plan being incorrect?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. As Ms. Parker says at every meeting, your approval is the plans, the staff report, the code of ordinances, and all the conditions of approval. It was a stated condition of approval. It was talked about at the hearings. It may not have ended up as a note on the plans, but in totality, we believe the applicant was well aware that this was required. They just, when they handed their plans to their builder to do the work, it didn't include masonry and columns. They didn't hand them the staff report that said, make sure all these conditions of approval of. They should have, or at least they should have checked and made sure all their conditions of approval were in the plans that they handed to their contractor to do the work. So I don't think it's the UG's fault at all, quite frankly. So again, I think the commission has two choices here. Make them pay a lot of money to redo the fence or enhance landscaping. Staff's okay with either. We just want to make the point that SUPs should not come back for renewal if they haven't done what they said they were already going to do.
Agree. Commissioner Ernst.
I think Mr. Strauss and I are channeling the same thing. We should probably go ahead and get it done, require additional screening to Gunnar's liking, just short of putting in those columns that everyone hates, and move on.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, I will listen or entertain a motion. From whoever has the wherewithal to put it together. Mr. Ernst, that may be you.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2022-048, subject to staff stipulations and the addition of extra screening where they went awry to begin with.
So just for clarification, that you're talking about enhanced landscaping and screening to be determined and approved by planning staff?
Yes, sir.
Gunnar, does that mean with your, yes?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I would ask that we amend condition number 1 to say enhanced landscaping, but in effect, everything Commissioner Ernst said, just that we amend number 1 to say it, and we can do that on the back end.
All right, Janet, are you good with that? Okay. Commissioner Connolly, is that a second from you? Just nod if that's okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mueller, do you have a comment, or was that going to be a second?
No, it was going to be a second.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion to approve the case with some enhanced landscaping per the what was stated by the maker of the motion that Janet has captured in the record. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-048, subject to the conditions in the staff report with the revision to condition number 1, that it would be enhanced landscaping. Passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This case will be heard once again, June 28th, before the Board of County Commissioners at 7 p.m. Thank you. I also had a request for a 5-minute break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We will come back at 10:32 and we're going to wrap this thing up. Thank you.
This flickering has messed with, I don't know how you guys do it. It's been behind me, just screwing with me all night. It's a good thing we're not epileptics. I was gonna say. But maybe they're on a dimmer and somebody just pushed it. You know, sometimes you can dimmer all the way to the minute. Oh, what was off? Is it a dimmer? Yeah. There you go. That's one. Having your own planning commission. Oh, I got that. That's good. I know. So many things that are just. Well, you saw me run that. You know, I knew I was making a mistake. There's not too many people outside of my park. No, I'm not really get what we do. No, honestly, you're right. I mean, that's what I'm learning. It's a complicated process. We have more questions. One next week. Again, I'm not going to get that for your student, but you've got to have it very well. Every time something comes up, you know, this road impacts the that everyone else in this building wants to explode more instances, more it's that the other first of all, suburban sprawl is not ours. I agree. Suburban sprawl will only encourage bigger next mid-time development, we were experiencing that. Now, around it, we continue to go west. Oh, I said to this. Is there any? Yes. Yes. We built this over here and this stuff. We want to bridge the two. That's a little.
You ready, Janet?
Yes, I am ready, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene the meeting, and Janet, if you would, please call the next case.
Mr. Chairman, we have two applications that we are going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Special use permit application SP 2022-052. Linda Simons with Cultivate Kansas City. Renewal of a special use permit SP-2019-2 expired 1/31/2021 to continue to keep storage containers and a movable high tunnel for a training farm and community garden at 1901 North First Street. And special use permit application SP 2022-053, Brian Darby with Cultivate Kansas City. Special use permit to keep storage containers and a greenhouse at 1801 North First Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for these cases. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on either of these applications?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, is it Simons or Siemens?
It's Siemens.
Same, okay.
My name is Linda Siemens with Cultivate Kansas City. I'm at 300 East 39th Street, Kansas City, Missouri. We have two special use permit applications in support of our Juniper Gardens training farm. These applications will be presented by Brienne Darby, the Executive Director of Cultivate Kansas City, and Semra Fatahovich, Program Manager at Juniper Gardens. They are both online, so I would like to ask that the mic first be passed to Semra Fatahovich.
Okay. And I've got you queued up to speak.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, as Linda said, I'm Semra Fatahovich, and I have been managing the New Roots for Refugees program for almost 4 years. Sorry, my address is 444 Shawnee Road, KCK 66103. Yeah, so gonna keep it brief so we can all go to sleep soon. But yeah, for the past 15 years, we have been managing a refugee training farm here at Juniper Gardens in collaboration with Catholic Charities of Northeast Kansas. It's a 4-year program where refugees with agricultural backgrounds start their small farm business in the US. We provide a lot of different support. So we have shared infrastructure that farmers can access. They have their own plot. They have access to a shared greenhouse, shared cooler, shared wash stand, tools that they can use while they're on the farm. We teach farming classes, support them with sales, teach English classes, and then provide lots of one-on-one assistance. Since the program started 15 years ago, we've graduated 40 families from the program, and 31 of those are still growing in the Kansas City Metro and primarily in Wyandotte County. Yeah, so for this application, we are simply asking to renew what we have for the 7-acre site that's owned by the KCK Housing Authority, which is our primary site for the program. Across the street, we purchased about a 1.2-acre site called Stowe Park or Stowe Gardens, and we are hoping to develop this site because we've had an increase in demand for some of the services that we offer, and we basically just need more infrastructure to be able to support more growers. So we want to add some cooling and wash stand areas to Stowe Gardens, as well as a larger greenhouse that would support more growers. I think that's good enough. Brienne, I don't know if you had anything to add.
Is Brienne someone else?
Yes, Brienne Darby is also in here.
Gotcha. Okay. Brienne, I've got you queued up to speak. Give us your name and address, please, if you're going to speak.
This is Brienne Darby with Cultivate KC, 300 East 39th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111. I have nothing further to add to Semra's wonderful synopsis, but I would be happy to answer any questions about these proposals.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicants? Commissioner Connolly, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm real familiar when it started at Juniper Gardens. But I don't know the proper words to say. So I guess during the off season when you're not growing, that site looks real bad. So what can y'all do to clean that up? I mean, this is continued every year during the off non-growing season that site looks bad.
Is it just the bare soil that you're referring to?
Well,
We do
no, it's not the
encourage-
burial soil. It's all wildly grown. I made comments about it in an earlier thing. It's kind of wildly grown and it's not cleaned up. I know there was some brown soil issues early on in the thing, but what do y'all do to clean that area up during the off season?
In my time with the organization, and Simra's been with us a bit longer than I have, we do require that our farmers clean up their plots at the end of the season. So I don't know if this has maybe historically been a problem, but maybe isn't anymore. But I can attest that the last.
I'm sorry, you said
Yes.
required. Do y'all check to make sure that they do it? I guess
We
that's
do, yeah. Simra and her team are, they have their offices on site there at that farm. So they continue to be on that site all throughout the winter and work with the farmers. And they would have that dialogue with the farmer if they were seeing a plot that was in poor condition.
Okay.
But I understand that it may have historically been an issue, and I apologize, I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
All right, then I guess the other issue is housing authorities requested to tear those units down at Juniper Gardens. Are you aware of that?
We are, yes, and we currently have a month-to-month lease with the housing authority to use that site, with the stipulation that once crops are in the ground, we would not be asked to vacate that site. So essentially, it's a lease with the site that is good until the end of the growing season, and then we would hopefully be able to renew next year unless there's movement on the housing authority moving forward with vacating that site.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicants? Commissioner Ernst.
I think we've worn Mr. Conley out. I have to ask how we went well over a year with an expired permit and no one from the project thought to ask.
That's a great question. So this actually ties into the situation with the housing authority on that site. We were under the impression that we were going to be leaving the site and moving our project to a new home base starting in 2021. So that's why we did not renew the permit at that time.
For future reference, that's probably not a good reason not to renew a permit.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, we're going to move to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand.
Still nobody in the chamber, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I kind of moved on from there, Gunner, but thank you. But if somebody does come in, let me know. Okay, seeing none, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comments in the empty commission chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we're hearing special use permit 2022-052 and 053 together. Both, this is their fourth renewal, fifth approval. Again, this is the new Roots for Refugees Urban Farm. There are several containers on each of the properties as a part of this special use permit proposal. It's in the Northeast Area Master Plan. Again, Juniper Gardens housing development site. We've received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on either properties. As a condition of approval, we note that any expansion of new containers on the site would require a new updated special use permit. So don't add any more containers. Staff recommends approval of both for 2 years.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Connolly.
Mr. Hand, I guess with housing authorities supposedly turning it down, they said they had a month-to-month lease. And what will be our reasoning for renewing it for 2 years?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. It's standard 2 years. I highly doubt that the Housing Authority is going to decommission the site in the next year. I don't think it'll last more than 2 more years. So my assumption is this will be the last approval at this location for Cultivate KC.
You said there's no NOVs on the property. I mean, I don't know if zoning don't never go down there, but I've been down there, and I got to honestly say I hadn't been down in the last 2 years, but I mean, it just looks bad. Is it anything that we could do to ensure that during the off season that they take care of that? Is there anything we can put in a stipulation?
We can, I think it's.
To ensure that the property is cleaned up. I mean, it's just like growing weeds over the fence line. I mean, it looks real bad.
Let's see.
And I mean, she says they ensure that at the end of the growing season that it's cleaned up. But I mean, I've just seen times that it hasn't been cleaned. So I didn't know if it was something that we could put in the stipulation to ensure that it is cleaned up.
Well, without being too specific and exactly knowing what you're seeing when you drive by, again.
Well, overgrown weeds. I mean, I guess from.
No, I get that, but you say fence line, and the fence line is.
No, I didn't say fence line. No, I did not. I didn't. No, I just said it's overgrown. They have like little boxes that's like overgrown. So I see what you're saying too. So all right.
Again,
I'll
leave
it at that.
Well, I think it's an enforcement issue. So again, if you see overgrown weeds, again, that's code enforcement, not zoning enforcement. But we can obviously pass that on if you have any issues moving forward. But I think we can, as a condition of approval, I don't necessarily see any need to add any, but I think as an oversight, then staff will make sure to double check and look at it this winter, and I'll add a note for our enforcement staff accordingly.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Ms. Darby, did you have a comment you were going to make with regard to that?
I mostly just wanted to make sure that Mr. Connolly was aware that our garden is the one that's not on 3rd Street. It's set back, so you cannot actually see it from 3rd Street. There are a few other garden projects that are directly on 3rd Street.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I will now entertain a motion if we are ready. Commissioner Jones, thank you.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Conley, and this would be on case number SP 2022-052, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion's been made to approve special use permit 2022-052. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-052 for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion on special use permit 2022-053. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve said special use permit, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion for approval?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Pauly. That's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye. Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Aye.
Straws? Ward?
Aye.
Armstrong?
Aye.
Beth?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-053 for 2 years, subject to the conditions and the staff report, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. These will both be heard again on June 28th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2022-055, Mark Winkler with Purple Holdings LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 620 Tenney Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Winkler, I've got you ready to go. Give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do here. Mr. Winkler,
Hello.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I missed the introduction. I've been, everything's worked fine since 6:30, but when it's my turn to go on, I have technical difficulties. Good evening,
That's
everyone.
the way it always works when the introduction was glowing.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon or good evening. My name's Mark Winkler. I would like to operate a short-term rental at 620 Tenney Avenue.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Nope. It's getting late. Nobody has questions. Okay. Anybody in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Seeing none, so we're going to go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, the special use permit is for a short-term rental. This is in the central area master plan in the Strawberry Hill neighborhood of Tenney Avenue. We've received no letters in opposition, support. There are some old notices of violations attached to this property, but I think all of them have been addressed through the rehabilitation and redevelopment of this property by Mr. Winkler. He's seeking a total of a maximum of 4 people and 1 car for the application. And staff would note a couple of conditions as well. Staff has put out a couple of, as included as a condition of approval, a couple of additional upgrades. Again, when we're taking a residential property and effectively using it for commercial use, we want to make sure it's completely up to code. Staff has been asking this of all of our short-term rentals. There's a list of those needed requirements still to be done. Staff has asked that the applicant complete these by the Board of Commissioners hearing, depending on how things go this evening. Staff would also note that this is a legal non-conforming property. In this zoning code, you are required to have 2 off-street parking space. It's such a narrow lot and the site is so constrained, only 1 car garage is basically able to fit off the alley to the rear of the property. So that puts us in a bit of a conundrum. The applicant has also has not changed the building footprint or expanded square feet, but has converted one of the rooms into a second bedroom of the house. So there's 2 bedrooms. That's why you get 4 people, 1 car. There will most certainly be some folks who come to this property who will need to park at least 1 car on the street. So staff wanted to just note that for the applicant, or note that for the commission. Again, to tear down the garage hypothetically and build a pad for 2 cars might incur a variance in and of itself depending on how much paving is required for those 2 parking to meet the code's requirement of 2 parking spaces. So staff's recommendation is that we let it be. The other option would be to seek a parking variance. Again, the third option would be to create a parking pad, which might incur a separate, different variance hypothetically. So we just wanted to outline that, as parking is an issue with these types of uses. Otherwise, staff recommends approval for 1 year, as it is a new application and we want to test to see how things go before we give them the full 2.
Commissioner Mueller, do you have a question?
No.
Well, I do have a question, Gunnar. The parking situation here does concern me. 4 people coming in 1 car for a 3-bedroom. Is this a 3-bedroom house?
2-bedroom.
2-bedroom? Okay.
I mean, hypothetically, it could be 1 family in 1
Sure.
car, right? But it could also as easily hypothetically be 2 couples in 2 cars, or 4 people in no cars, right? There's a bunch of different scenarios, but surely there are scenarios in there where it requires more than one car. Again, we've been consistent that all parking for these types of uses be conducted off-site. We're just constrained by the site on this one currently.
So if we're only doing 1 year, so if we do get parking complaints, we can pull the special use permit.
That's correct. Or we can ask them to seek a solution, the 3 options that we outlined. I outlined previously.
And then the recommendation is that all of the items on the list, the safety issues and things, need to be completed before the June 28th Board of Commissioners meeting, correct?
June 30th, yes. And if we don't see them by June 30th, we can always hold the publication if this moves through the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission for approval.
Have I been saying June? I think I just said June 28th on the last case, so I apologize for the record if I said June 28th for the Board of Commissioners. So we might need to let the last couple of applicants know that I stated that incorrectly.
Will do.
All right, so those do need to be completed by the June 30th meeting of the Board of Commissioners, correct?
Correct.
All right, and the applicant is aware of that, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, Commissioner Mueller, did you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to approve the special use permit 2022-055 with staff stipulations, and hope that one of these days, very soon, we could have a license instead of having to go through this each time.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Mueller with the staff stipulations in place. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-055 for 1 year, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard on June 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, you have been doing okay. I've been listening to you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'm writing down one thing and I'm saying it right. I don't know. I
Our
know we're
next-
almost done and
We're getting there. Our next application is special use permit application SP 2022-056 Tobias Sandoval Suarez. Special use permit to store construction equipment at 3914 North 59th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Thank you.
okay, Mr. Suarez, we've got you queued up, ready to speak. So go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project.
Okay, my name is Tobias Sandoval, and I live on 3914 North 59th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. And I want to tell you a little bit about me. I worked for different fence company for 19 years, which I learned enough to get on my own, and I try to work on my own on side jobs, and I've been doing it, and finally I built my company. But as you know, when you start your small company, all the money you get is your investment on your material, trucks, equipment, and it's hard to rent a commercial place to put your trucks and your equipment and material. So I've been using my house, my yard for my material and my trucks, but I'm planning if you guys give me this approve this permit for 2 years, I believe on before 2 years I'll be out of here with my company and rent me a good place to put my material on.
Okay, anything else you'd like to add?
That's it. I just need a favor from you guys, and I really appreciate this meeting and everybody and the staff right now.
Okay.
I wish myself to get this permit.
Okay. We appreciate your patience and just hang in there with us for just a few minutes. So any questions of the applicant? Okay, anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Raise your hand. Got a couple of folks. I've got JT.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and give us please your name and address, please.
My name is James Mallinson, Mallinson, and I live at 4125 North 59th Street. I'm just a few houses down from this gentleman who I have not met, but I drive by his house probably more than anybody else probably could. I'm only 3 houses away from him. I just wanted to speak in favor of the way he's been keeping his stuff at his house. There's never anything in the street. His folks that do come and go and deal with supplies are very respectful. He's made massive improvements to this property since he bought it. He's definitely one of the best homeowners that I've seen on our street as far as improving his own property and using his materials even to do that himself. So I would love to see him being a small business owner have the ability to continue to do that there. He's even put up a beautiful privacy fence just recently that runs the length of the street. So you'd pretty much have to climb it to see any of the stuff that he was keeping behind it at this point. But I think he does a great job of keeping his stuff neat and organized and has done a great job of improving his property.
Thank you very much. Martha Gann. Martha Gann.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, Martha is my aunt. We're using her Zoom to get into you. We actually have 2 property owners here currently listening. One property owner had to leave due to commitments at the house.
Okay. Your name, please.
My name is Andrew Burke, 3948 North 59th Street. I'm directly to the north of the property in question. Mm-hmm. And after I get done, if you want to listen to Keith Gann, he's also directly north on the west end. So just some of our concerns here. We've lived in this area since 1939. Our family's multi-generational on these properties. And so we've seen a lot of special use permits come and go over the years. Some of our concerns would be specifics as to what is going to be stored on the property. I've seen so far in the letter that it could be storage of materials, supplies, work trucks, and machinery. And then in the requirement or the recommendations from staff, it limits down to skid steer and a fence stretcher. So I want to know specifically what's going to be stored and have that down documentation wise, so that if it does get expanded unintentionally or intentionally, it could be brought up as far as a violation of the special use agreement. Are these materials being delivered to the area by bulk? If so, anybody who drives down North 59th Street knows that it's an unimproved portion of an old paved or gravel road, basically. So there's no established ditching off the side of the roads. It's just culverts and they're breaking away. So there's parts of the road that are pretty soft. It's a concern for people that have lived there for a long time because we've seen a lot of truck traffic that destroys the road over time. And our understanding is that the road's probably not going to see any improvements for 7 years. Also, is there any construction debris that is being destroyed or any old construction debris that's being stored on the site? There's been some neighbors that have said that there's been fires in the area. They've smelled smoke of wood burning. So we don't know if that's coming from that particular property, but if there's construction debris and it's being disposed of by burning, that would be a concern. And then finally, it's a 2-year special use permit. Is that absolutely 2 years? In paragraph 15 of the recommendations, it says 2 years limited, but then it goes on to talk about renewal of the permit. So we just want to make sure there's a guarantee of 2 years. We understand he's trying to temporarily store this so they can get a business started. However, 2 years has creeped in many times to many more than 2 years in some of the other special uses we've seen. And then finally, enforcement. We just want to make sure that there is no expansion of what's agreed upon, and that enforcement will be something that's part of the final documentation. And now I'd like to pass this over to another property owner so he can speak.
Okay.
My name is Keith Gann, and I live at 3959 North 60th. My wife and I built a house in '72, and it's 50 years old this year. I'm 81 and have health problems, so I'll probably be selling out in sometime in the next 2 years. Before I support or go negative on this proposal, I want to know what effect this has on my property values. The staff, I notice, says no effect at all. Number two, I want to know, I've talked to Tobias about burn permits. Do they specifically say no CCA, no plastics? I've smelled some pretty foul stuff in the past, and this been going on for at least a year. I want to know who enforces it and what do we do to get it enforced. The end.
Finally, I have just some notes from F. Peter Kovac. He's 4023 North 59th Street. He was able to stay for the duration of the meeting tonight. And his basic notes run back again across some issues with the road and the heavy trucks. And then he'd also mentioned observing smoke and just wanting to know what's going on with that. And then he's born and raised down there at 4023, so he's also concerned with just the zoning in the area, and because it's an ag, rural, residential, and there's a lot of mission creep going on with the zoning in that general area. So we're always concerned whenever there's any kind of zoning issues, and that completes our conversation. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Sandoval. Still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Are you having any materials delivered to your property, or do you bring that back yourself?
I'll pick up my material from my vendors. Nobody delivering my material.
Okay. Are you storing any construction debris, or how are you getting rid of construction debris? Are you doing any burning out there on the property?
I took that debris to the landfill, and I dump it over there. But also, I want to point that on landfill, they're not make it easy on people like us, because they send me all the way to the where they dump all the trash, and the guy who's pointing everybody, he's really rude, and I hope this guy get fired, because I took 2 trucks out there to dump the fence, and they don't want my helper to come from one truck to the other to help me.
Well, all I need to find out from you though, Mr. Sandoval, are you burning anything out there? Are you burning any type of debris to get rid of it?
Well, no, I was burning some brushes and bushes, and when I clean all my property, I really clean my property, and like the other
okay, but you're only burning brush. You're not burning. Are you burning any type of plastic or any type of construction material? Are you taking that to the dump, or
No,
are you
sir.
burning any of that?
I take it to the dump.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. I'm going to go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this special use permit is a temporary use of land, which means as per the code, it is only allowed for 2 years max. There is no renewal associated with this case or any temporary uses of land moving forward with the unified government. Again, Mr. Sandoval is using his property for his commercial business. This is in the citywide master plan area. In the sort of North Midtown neighborhood, if you will. We've received no letters of support. We have received letters in opposition. There are currently, let me just double check what they are. There are notices of violation on the property as it relates to this use, which is why we're here tonight. This started out as a code violation. Staff has worked with Mr. Sandoval to develop an hours of operation, which he will use the site, sort of the ins and outs with his employees, 7:30 to 5 p.m., 3 employee car parking only, only the skid steer and the fence stretcher as terms of equipment will be allowed on site. There is storage of material also associated with the use. Mr. Sandoval has described potentially screening, which you can kind of see on this map. As a condition of approval and as code requires, I hope the fence that was recently built on North 59th is no more than 4 feet tall as it is in the front yard of the property. Everything else in the AG zone can only be up to 6 feet tall. So if Mr. Sandoval wants to add additional screening fence here, he could do it at a maximum of 6 feet tall. I would just answer one question from one of the folks from the public, and that is the fire department issues and enforces all burn permits. And as you all know, there's usually a burn season in the spring and another one in the fall. Sometimes that changes though, depending on the weather and how dry it is. With that, staff recommends approval for only 2 years so that Mr. Sandoval can find a permanent solution for his business, its materials, equipment, and employees.
Okay. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Mueller.
Make a motion to approve SB 2022-056 with staff stipulations.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Mueller. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the special use permit for 2 years, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 9 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again, June 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners. Good luck, Mr. Sandoval.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is preliminary plat 2022-013, Will Anderson with VHC Roads. Preliminary plat for the Rock Island Commercial Development, Rock Island Bridge on the Call at 0 Kansas Avenue, and its address will be 557 River Park Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated June 13, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
G'day. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Will Anderson, BHC 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, representing the clients. Michael Zeller, I believe, is still online, if still awake, as is Paul Lewis from Lathrop and Gage. It's very straightforward. This is just one part of the effort to commercialize the Rock Island Bridge. It's currently down there. This is just one part of the deal. It's straightforward, straight plat. The aim of the plat is to create a parcel. There's a couple of other steps that need to happen as part of that deal, but essentially it's a pretty straightforward plat, other than the unusual stake that goes across a river and from harbour line to harbour line for the lot. And so we're actually platting effectively the bridge itself. Basically open to any questions that the commission might have.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission members? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Seeing none there, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions of the director? I'll stand for a motion then. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat, subject to the conditions of staff, passes 9 in favor and none opposed. And
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this does not go on to the commissioners.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to our miscellaneous items now. The first one is consideration of an amendment to special use permits for telecommunication towers on light poles used for stadiums and athletic fields in residential zones, amending section 27-593 of chapter 27 of the 2008 Code of Ordinances and Resolutions of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Hey, Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This is a small amendment to the wireless telecommunications facility ordinance. Essentially, the Archdiocese of Kansas City, Kansas has requested that they be allowed to build a cell phone tower that looks like a stadium lighting system at their Bishop Ward High School Stadium in the Cathedral neighborhood in Kansas City, Kansas. In order to accomplish that, we had to amend the ordinance to do one thing, which if you go to that section under residential zones, as the stadium is residentially zoned, basically to create a stealth tower that looks like something else, in this case, a light fixture. We specifically add that stealth towers between 80 and 199 feet are allowed. Previously, they were prohibited. We're changing that to say will be allowed. It still will, like all other specially permitted stealth towers, it'll still require a special use permit. You can look at, if you're familiar with Wyandotte High School grounds, their stadium or practice fields has a stealth tower. That stealth tower is just an example. It was actually built well before this updated code section was updated. But just as an example, you can see it there. So staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. I need sound effects like that theme from Jeopardy or something like that. Commissioner Jones. Yes, Commissioner Strauss, you could probably provide me with some sound effects. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Mueller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Conley,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval passes 9 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Will this be heard again?
Yes.
This will be heard once again on June 30th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Our last item on the agenda, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm going to, it's an ordinance that's basically called Streets for People, amendment to chapter 27 and also chapter 32.
And that's going to be handled by Director Hand as well?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I do have a quick presentation, so I'll be expeditious with it since this is our last agenda item and it is 11:21. Not bad for our meeting. So for those of you who were with us about 2 years ago, we passed 5 different ordinances and resolutions in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. If you can believe it, before that time, it was illegal to do business outside of your 4 walls, i.e. you could not have street cafes, sidewalk cafes, or anything of that nature in Wyandotte County. This is a quick timeline of how we went through. It's also been extended twice now. The sunset date for all of these ordinances and resolutions is June 30th of 2020. I pulled these whereases clauses from the original resolution and ordinances that were passed in the summer of 2020. All of them are still relevant. you could argue even the COVID-19 pandemic issues are still relevant, although we do not have a mask mandate and we are generally not following any social distancing requirements anymore as stated policy across the country. Again, still good things to do, but all of the intent behind the codes, I think, still remains in terms of creating a vibrant, vibrant unified government, increasing the use of our public realm, activating our streets, things of that nature. So these emergency ordinances focused on outdoor service and sales. There was one about farmers markets, one about mobile vending or food trucks, one about mobile markets. We did some updating of that. For those of you who were here a few years even prior to this, the mobile market ordinance is written specifically for the mobile grocer. And then we added another one called open streets, which we would also like to continue, which is effectively kind of like a different kind of block party, if you will, which I'll get into here in just a minute. These are not allowed for every type of business. There are only certain types of businesses, restaurants, bars, certain types of retail that can do business either in their yards, front, side, or rear, or in the public right-of-way, streets, sidewalks. Specifically, we prohibit no repair work outside. We do have some issues with some businesses pulling their wares out onto the street, and they shouldn't. I'm thinking of some appliances that end up on our sidewalks. Again, that's not allowed, and it's not, that is prohibited, that is not allowed by this ordinance. But basically what we do is we put together a strategy where we've been enforcing, and instead of asking for permission, we're sort of wanted to move fast. We think this has worked well. We've had a couple of enforcement issues that have been quickly corrected, namely around some parklets that have been developed. But generally speaking, with said standards, we think we have the ability to enforce as needed. Those standards are again, somewhat general. And then I get a little more specific in this presentation. Basically, you got to have a business license or be a 501c3. We've defined hours of operation throughout for all the different types, and some vary per zone. And essentially, we're limiting all of sorry, that says non-mobile. That should say all mobile vending sales is limited to 4. Excuse me, that is correct. All non-mobile vending sales are limited to 4 defined areas. And again, that's, you can either be in the sidewalk, you can be in your front, side, or rear yard. You can be on an on-street parklet with some conditions, or you can be in what we call surplus parking spaces. Most parking lots are overbuilt. So if you have more parking than what is required by code or by some entitlements, you can use those surplus parking spaces to do outdoor sales if that's the only space. Not every property has a front, side, or rear yard. Not every property has a sidewalk. So we try to be as expansive as possible. Again, we have safety standards for all of these. Safe queuing, not for social distancing necessarily, but safe queuing in terms of maintaining a distance away from the street, maintaining ADA accessibility across sidewalks, 2 front doors, things of that nature. Generally, as it relates to the street, staying away from street furniture. So, don't put your sidewalk sales in front of a bus stop, or don't put your parklet in front of a fire hydrant, things of that nature. Maintaining sight distance triangle. Again, this code is written to be enforced by fire, police, public health, code, and zoning enforcement officers. All of those folks have been involved in the creation of either those emergency ordinances or this now single permanent ordinance that we're proposing. If you think of rear, side, and front yard standards, again, these are on the property, and this is where it got a little more complicated. Because we are now making these permanent, we had to do a little more text writing than just saying in a resolution, don't enforce these sections. So this does include Chapter 27 changes. Again, Chapter 27 pertains to only parcels inside property. Chapter 32 is all the public right-of-way outside of a property. You are only hearing we will only vote on chapter 27 tonight, but I'm basically presenting both what we did in chapter 27 and chapter 32 because they obviously go hand in hand here together. But for yard standards in general, again, it can't interfere with the building's lighter access. Depending on what you're proposing, you may or may not need an administrative review. For instance, that side deck on Flaps Barbecue definitely got a building permit, definitely saw administrative review. Some more semi-permanent stuff like just a deck we would want to review. If you're just throwing chairs out there and tables, obviously we don't, that's not a permanent solution, so it wouldn't need an administrative review. Again, everybody's got to follow sign code. When you're looking at right-of-way sales in the public right-of-way, again, we do have a provision for nonprofits with the owner's permission to be out there. When we talk about outdoor restaurants and outdoor taverns, you can have a beer garden in your backyard and people can grab a beer and then go outside, as happens in multiple bars and restaurants across the unified government. But if you have a parklet or you're serving alcohol on the street, they have to be sitting and they have to be served by some sort of wait staff, right? So that's the one sort of switch that we make. When it comes to the sale of alcohol, again, all ABC requirements have to be met. This is not to supersede anything in ABC. ABC has actually done itself, relaxed a bunch of its rules during COVID and have made a lot of those permanent as well. Just a quick second on on-street parklets. Again, this is not in chapter 27, this is in chapter 32, but if you don't know what a parklet is, it's basically you take one parking space. If you have parking spaces and expand the public realm, most often this is used for sidewalk cafes. I've seen it done with other retail stands as well. It could be something permanent like this, or it could be going out there and setting up some cones for a day and just assuming that space. We've limited this to just one parking space per property. So some properties have multiple parking spaces in front of it. Some have no parking spaces in front of it. So not everybody's going to get a parklet necessarily, but we do set standards. Again, it has to meet the National Association of City Transportation Official Standards, which are enumerated, outlined, and on our website. A couple more pictures of different parklets, what those standards call for in terms of creating a protective sort of barrier, if you will, between you and the movement of cars, as well as a protective barrier between other parking stalls. And again, these can be used for sidewalk dining, for special events, things of that nature. Again, real quick on outdoor taverns. If you're adjacent to a residence, you can't be outside in your outdoor tavern, be it on the public right of way or in one of your yards past 1 a.m. That mimics the same language as a code standard. That's why we kept it as such. Again, if you can't, this doesn't remove you from any of the nose ordinances or anything of that nature. Again, the outdoor taverns have their own temporary structure and sign standards as well. In terms of mobile food vending, again, these are food trucks, these are push carts. Sometimes you see mobile food vending on trailers, kind of hitched to, if you will. Again, a lot of stuff on queuing and safety in this one. Again, you can't have a parklet and you can't have a food truck in the public right of way if the speed limit is greater than 40 miles per hour. Otherwise, if you're a push cart, you can walk up and down Minnesota Avenue, hawking your wares as needed. The way that we outlined this one is you can't be parked in one space for more than 4 hours. And if you're a food truck, you can't park in front of another restaurant, brick and mortar restaurant, unless that's your brick and mortar restaurant and you also have a food truck, which some businesses do. We expanded farmer markets. Again, these are all the same stuff in the emergency ordinances. We just kind of cleaned up the language and put it into a permanent ordinance. Again, we've had no problems with any of these issues. And that's why we think it should be made permanent. But we spoke to the people who do run our limited food farmers markets and kind of hashed through this a little bit more and made some other improvements for farmers markets. But basically, if you're a farmer market, you can be in any zone so long as you're in an improved parking lot, essentially. And in this one, you can't be there for more than, we expanded it to 4 times a week, no more than 3 consecutive days in case there was a 3-day holiday and you wanted to do a farmer's market all 3 days, 6 to 7 a.m. Again, another separate standards for temporary structures and signage for farmers markets. And then we included a permit for open streets. Again, this is a permitting process through our livable neighborhoods and right-of-way administrator in our public works department. Essentially, you gotta figure out, you gotta name a block captain, and that block captain can create their own barricades with this specific signage. All the standards for those barricades are included in the zone code. And every day you can put out those barriers in a staggered position on either end. It has to be a residential street. And that block captain basically becomes the point person for the UG if there are any issues. But basically you put them out every day, you take them out every night. And it just really is a traffic calming devices so people can feel more comfortable in their residential street if they don't necessarily already. So it's not a block party per se, but it is effectively a block party procedure where you got to apply, got to run through the standards, and then we enforce those moving forward. In conclusion, again, we think that this supports local business. We've had a lot of conversations with the Chamber of Commerce and others. We're going to continue to do as much outreach as we can moving forward. If approved, we'll continue to monitor as staff and enforcement. We've, again, had a couple of meetings across multiple departments about these issues and went through it. And we'll continue to do outreach as much as we can. Staff recommends approval.
Great. Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Jones? Need you to unmute. There you go.
First, the comment, what a difference a COVID day makes. And then secondly, the only thing I saw, Gunner, on the outside outdoor tavern situation, there are no Monday through Friday hours as opposed to 1 a.m. Was that every day, even Monday through Friday?
Yeah, for outdoor taverns, they have the same hours of operation as the business itself, except for that 1 a.m. As it relates to adjacent. So, I mean, there's plenty of bars, think of them in a strip mall that want to have an outdoor patio.
I'm with you in a strip mall. I was looking at the ones where it's next, where you were saying it was next to a residence.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
the
And
only
if
thing
it's
that I'm-
near a residence, what we did is we mimicked the code ordinance, which is specific to C1 zones, and any C1 zone adjacent to a residence or has an outdoor area adjacent to a residence has to close at 1 a.m. And I apologize, I didn't say it, and it's not in this presentation, and I'll add it because you said it. We did add a second standard on that so that the outdoor area, well, did we do that? Hold on, let me.
I don't know if you didn't, I would, but that was my only thing. Other than that, good deal.
Give me 1 second to go through 40 pages of code.
You can get through 40 pages of code in a few seconds. You're better than I thought you were.
Well, I just read it, so I know it's in here.
Can I go to the public while you're looking for that?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. I do have somebody who would like to speak. Mr. Falkenstein?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Kimberly Falkenstein, and I apologize. I'm messing with my buttons here. I was not wanting to comment on this. I have a case still to be heard.
Well, this is our last case. What case were you waiting for?
Well, I have my paperwork right here. I've been waiting since 6 p.m. for my turn.
What's your case? So we can help.
It is Plat 2022-015 petition for it's a petition for a plat, preliminary and final plat. My address is 8316 New Jersey Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas.
That was not on our agenda for this evening. Janet?
Yeah, I can. That item was removed from the agenda. Your planner should have contacted you for the reason why. I will have them get a hold of you first thing in the morning. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was moved over to July, and I don't have a note here as to why.
Miss Parker,
Yes.
we are, the Army's having us move to Fort Bragg in July.
Okay, ma'am, we can't talk about this during the meeting because it's not on our agenda.
God.
We're just gonna have to address it tomorrow morning. How about that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, can we see why everyone else is still on here too? Just in-
Yes, I have a 913 4840012. Can we help you? 913-484-0012, and I have El Poblano.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I was waiting on the 8316 New Jersey also.
That one was not on our agenda for this evening. It's been pushed to the July meeting. So were you a member of the public wanting to speak on that case, or is that your address?
No, I got a notice in regards to it because I'm just down the street from it.
I apologize to you as well. That was not on our agenda for this evening's meeting.
Okay.
But it will be on.
All right.
It appears that it may be on for the July, but I would check with the planning staff to see when it's going to be back on.
Okay.
Apologize
I
for that.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, Director Hand.
I did find that section, and outdoor taverns close at 10 p.m. So I'll make that change to the presentation accordingly. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for Director Hand?
I would just quickly add, Mr. Chair, there was one other change that we wanted to make between if the Planning Commission would does recommend approval. There's one change we wanted to make to the collection bins that didn't make it into this version of the code. Again, we had previously said that all collection bins, this is recycling collection bins, Ripple Glass in particular, we were able to add that into our accessory uses when we were updating this code as well. Those Ripple Glass had been in the text in front of you says it has to be 20 feet from the rear or something like that. We were going to allow it meant to allow it in the rear or side yard. Those standards do include screening for adjacent residential uses no matter where they are on site. So with that one small change and any other, let's call them small typographical or other issues in the code between now and Board of Commissioners, we'd ask for a little bit of grace to do one final sweep of both of this ordinance accordingly.
Okay, anything else?
Nope.
Okay, and you need a motion to approve, correct?
I need a motion. I need a vote for Chapter 27 amendments only.
Sorry, say that again.
Again, this is for only the Chapter 27 changes, proposed changes.
Proposed Chapter 27 changes. Okay, Commissioner Pauly.
Motion to approve Chapter 27 changes subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, is that a second?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's a second.
Thank you. The move by Commissioner Pauly and seconded by Commissioner Jones to approve the changes suggested for paragraph or chapter.
Chapter
27.
Chapter 27. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Conley? Commissioner Conley? Is he still with us?
I don't see him.
Okay. Ernst?
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Strauss, Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this ordinance amendment to chapter 27, subject to the conditions of staff passes 8 in favor, none opposed.
Okay, and will this go before the BOCC? Okay,
Yes.
this will go before the BOCC on June 30th at 7 PM. Janet, is there anything else?
No.
All right, thank you. Oh, Commissioner Jones. Well, first of all, Commissioner Mueller, nothing said I'm ready to go more than your last eye. Your last eye said it all. It was long, it was drawn out, and it was tired. But
You know what,
Commissioner
Chairman
Jones, did you-
Carson, I will say though that Mr. Mueller has been very lively tonight in his voting.
There you go. Commissioner Jones, you had a comment.
Until the last one.
Until the last one, right.
Mine is just quick. Janet, I just want to make sure you got me covered and straight for next month's meeting.
Yep.
All right. All right, we're good. Thank you all. You guys did a great job. I appreciate it. It was a long agenda and we had a couple of rough ones in the middle there. So thank you all. It's always good to see you.
All right.